The Gospel according to St. Matthew, King James Version, read by Justin Bible. May God bless you with an unquenchable thirst for His holy word, the Bible. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 1. The book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Abraham begat Isaac, and Isaac begat Jacob, and Jacob begat Judas and his brethren. And Judas begat Phares and Zerah of Thamar, and Phares begat Esrom, and Esrom begat Aram, and Aram begat Amminadab, and Amminadab begat Naasson, and Naasson begat Salmon, and Salmon begat Boaz of Rachab, and Boaz begat Obed of Ruth, and Obed begat Jesse, and Jesse begat David the king. And David the king begat Solomon of her that had been the wife of Urias. And Solomon begat Rehoboam, and Rehoboam begat Abiah, and Abiah begat Asa, and Asa begat Josaphat, and Josaphat begat Joram, and Joram begat Ozias. And Ozias begat Joatham, and Joatham begat Achaz, and Achaz begat Ezekias. And Ezekias begat Manasses, and Manasses begat Amon, and Amon begat Josias, and Josias begat Jeconias and his brethren, about the time they were carried away to Babylon. And after they were brought to Babylon, Jeconias begat Salathiel, and Salathiel begat Zerubbabel, and Zerubbabel begat Abiud, and Abiud begat Eliakim, and Eliakim begat Azor, and Azor begat Sadoc, and Sadoc begat Achim, and Achim begat Eliud, and Eliud begat Eleazar, and Eleazar begat Matthan, and Matthan begat Jacob, and Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ. So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations, and from David until the carrying away into Babylon are 14 generations, and from the carrying away into Babylon unto Christ are 14 generations. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise. When as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. Then Joseph, her husband, being a just man, and not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privily. But while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. Now all this was done that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which being interpreted is, God with us. Then Joseph, being raised from sleep, did as the angel of the Lord had bidden him, and took unto him his wife, and knew her not till she had brought forth her firstborn son, and he called his name Jesus. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 2. Now when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem, saying, Where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east, and are come to worship him. When Herod the king had heard these things, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born. And they said unto him, In Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet, And thou, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, art not the least among the princes of Judah, for out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel. Then Herod, when he had privily called the wise men, inquired of them diligently what time the star appeared. And he sent them to Bethlehem and said, Go and search diligently for the young child, and when ye have found him, bring me word again, that I may come and worship him also. When they had heard the king, they departed. And lo, the star which they saw in the east went before them, till it came and stood over where the young child was. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceeding great joy. And when they were come into the house, they saw the young child with Mary his mother, and fell down and worshipped him. And when they had opened their treasures, they presented unto him gifts, gold and frankincense and myrrh. And being warned of God in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed into their own country another way. And when they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise, and take the young child and his mother, and flee into Egypt, and be thou there until I bring thee word. For Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. When he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night, and departed into Egypt, and was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, Out of Egypt have I called my son. Then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, was exceeding wroth, and sent forth and slew all the children that were in Bethlehem, and in all the coasts thereof, from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had diligently inquired of the wise men. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremy the prophet, saying, And Ramah was there a voice heard, lamentation and weeping and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, and would not be comforted, because they are not. But when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, Arise, and take the young child and his mother, and go into the land of Israel, for they are dead, which sought the young child's life. And he arose and took the young child and his mother, and came into the land of Israel. But when he heard that Archelaus did reign in Judea in the room of his father Herod, he was afraid to go thither. Notwithstanding, being warned of God in a dream, he turned aside into the parts of Galilee, and he came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophets, He shall be called a Nazarene. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 3. In those days came John the Baptist preaching in the wilderness of Judea, and saying, Repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. For this is he that was spoken of by the prophet Isaiah, saying, The voice of one crying in the wilderness, Prepare ye the way of the Lord, make his path straight. And the same John had his raiment of camel's hair, and a leathern girdle about his loins, and his meat was locusts and wild honey. Then went out to him Jerusalem and all Judea, and all the region round about Jordan, and were baptized of him in Jordan, confessing their sins. But when he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees come to his baptism, he said unto them, O generation of vipers, who have warned you to flee from the wrath to come? Bring forth therefore fruits meet for repentance, and think not to say within yourselves, We have Abraham to our father. For I say unto you that God is able of these stones to raise up children unto Abraham. And now also the axe is laid unto the root of the trees. Therefore every tree which bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire. I indeed baptize you with water unto repentance, but he that cometh after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear. He shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost and with fire, whose fan is in his hand, and he will thoroughly purge his floor and gather his wheat into the garner, but he will burn up the chaff with unquenchable fire. Then cometh Jesus from Galilee to Jordan unto John to be baptized of him. But John forbade him, saying, I have need to be baptized of thee, and comest thou to me? And Jesus answering said unto him, Suffer it to be so now, for thus it becometh us to fulfill all righteousness. Then he suffered him. And Jesus, when he was baptized, went up straightway out of the water. And lo, the heavens were opened unto him, and he saw the Spirit of God descending like a dove, and lighting upon him. And lo, a voice from heaven, saying, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 4. Then was Jesus led up of the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil. And when he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he was afterward and hungered. And when the tempter came to him, he said, If thou be the Son of God, command that these stones be made bread. But he answered and said, It is written, Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. Then the devil taketh him up into the holy city, and setteth him on a pinnacle of the temple, and saith unto him, If thou be the Son of God, cast thyself down, for it is written, He shall give his angels charge concerning thee, and in their hands they shall bear thee up, lest at any time thou dash thy foot against a stone. And Jesus said unto him, It is written again, Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. Again, the devil taketh him up into an exceeding high mountain, and showeth him all the kingdoms of the world, and the glory of them, and saith unto him, All these things will I give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me. Then saith Jesus unto him, Get thee hence, Satan, for it is written, Thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. Then the devil leaveth him, and behold, angels came and ministered unto him. Now, when Jesus had heard that John was cast into prison, he departed into Galilee, and leaving Nazareth, he came and dwelt in Capernaum, which is upon the sea coast, in the borders of Zebulun and Naphtali, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by Isaiah the prophet, saying, The land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, by the way of the sea, beyond Jordan, Galilee of the Gentiles. The people which sat in darkness saw great light, and to them which sat in the region and shadow of death, light is sprung up. From that time Jesus began to preach and to say, Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. And Jesus, walking by the Sea of Galilee, saw two brethren, Simon called Peter, and Andrew his brother, casting a net into the sea, for they were fishers. And he saith unto them, Follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. And they straightway left their nets, and followed him. And going on from thence he saw other two brethren, James the son of Zebedee, and John his brother, in a ship with Zebedee their father, mending their nets. And he called them, and they immediately left the ship and their father, and followed him. And Jesus went about all Galilee, teaching in their synagogues, and preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and healing all manner of sickness, and all manner of disease among the people. And his fame went throughout all Syria. And they brought unto him all sick people that were taken with divers diseases and torments, and those which were possessed with devils, and those which were lunatic, and those that had the palsy, and he healed them. And there followed him great multitudes of people from Galilee, and from Decapolis, and from Jerusalem, and from Judea, and from beyond Jordan. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 5. And seeing the multitudes, he went up into a mountain, and when he was set, his disciples came unto him, and he opened his mouth and taught them, saying, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake. Rejoice and be exceeding glad, for great is your reward in heaven. For so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. Ye are the salt of the earth, but if the salt have lost his savor, wherewith shall it be salted? It is thenceforth good for nothing, but to be cast out and to be trodden under foot of men. Ye are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hid. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but on a candlestick, and it giveth light unto all that are in the house. Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works, and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all be fulfilled. Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments, and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I say unto you, that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven. Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not kill, and whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of the judgment. But I say unto you, that whosoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment. And whosoever shall say to his brother, Reka, shall be in danger of the council. But whosoever shall say, Thou fool, shall be in danger of hellfire. Therefore, if thou bring thy gift to the altar, and there rememberest that thy brother hath aught against thee, leave there thy gift before the altar, and go thy way. First be reconciled to thy brother, and then come and offer thy gift. Agree with thine adversary quickly, whilst thou art in the way with him, lest at any time the adversary deliver thee to the judge, and the judge deliver thee to the officer, and thou be cast into prison. Verily I say unto thee, thou shalt by no means come out thence till thou hast paid the uttermost farthing. Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. And if thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell. And if thy right hand offend thee, cut it off and cast it from thee. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell. It hath been said, Whosoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a writing of divorcement. But I say unto you, that whosoever shall put away his wife, saving for the cause of fornication, causeth her to commit adultery. And whosoever shall marry her that is divorced, committeth adultery. Again, ye have heard that it hath been said by them of old time, Thou shalt not forswear thyself, but shalt perform unto the Lord thine oaths. But I say unto you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is God's throne, nor by the earth, for it is his footstool, neither by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great king. Neither shalt thou swear by thy head, because thou canst not make one hair white or black. But let your communication be yea, yea, nay, nay. For whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. Ye have heard that it hath been said, An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you, that ye resist not evil. But whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. And if any man will sue thee at the law, and take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also. And whosoever shall compel thee to go a mile, go with him twain. Give to him that asketh thee, and from him that would borrow of thee, turn not thou away. Ye have heard that it hath been said, Thou shalt love thy neighbor, and hate thine enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you, that ye may be the children of your Father which is in heaven. For he maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and on the unjust. For if ye love them which love you, what reward have ye? Do not even the publicans the same? And if ye salute your brethren only, what do ye more than others? Do not even the publicans so? Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 6. Take heed that ye do not your alms before men to be seen of them, otherwise ye have no reward of your Father which is in heaven. Therefore, when thou doest thine alms, do not sound a trumpet before thee, as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and in the streets, that they may have glory of men. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. But when thou doest alms, let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doeth, that thine alms may be in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret himself shall reward thee openly. And when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen of men. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. But when ye pray, use not vain repetitions, as the heathen do, for they think that they shall be heard for their much speaking. Be not ye therefore like unto them, for your Father knoweth what things ye have need of, before ye ask him. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. For if ye forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if ye forgive not men their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. Moreover, when ye fast, be not as the hypocrites of a sad countenance, for they disfigure their faces, that they may appear unto men to fast. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. But thou, when thou fastest, anoint thine head and wash thy face, that thou appear not unto men to fast, but unto thy Father which is in secret. And thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. But if thine eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve God and mammon. Therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat or what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body, what ye shall put on. Is not the life more than meat, and the body than raiment? Behold the fowls of the air, for they sow not, neither do they reap, nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feedeth them. Are ye not much better than they? Which of you, by taking thought, can add 1 cubit unto his stature? And why take ye thought for raiment? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you, that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Wherefore, if God so clothe the grass of the field, which today is, and tomorrow is cast into the oven, shall he not much more clothe you, O ye of little faith? Therefore take no thought, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or wherewithal shall we be clothed? For after all these things did a Gentile seek. For your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of all these things. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 7. Judge not, that ye be not judged. For with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged. And with what measure ye mete, it shall be measured to you again. And why beholdest thou the mote that is in thy brother's eye, but considerest not the beam that is in thine own eye? Or how wilt thou say to thy brother, let me pull out the mote out of thine eye, and behold, a beam is in thine own eye? Thou hypocrite, first cast out the beam out of thine own eye, and then shalt thou see clearly to cast out the mote out of thy brother's eye. Give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet, and turn again and rend you. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. For everyone that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened. Or what man is there of you, whom if his son ask bread, will he give him a stone? Or if he ask a fish, will he give him a serpent? If ye then, being evil, know how to give good gifts unto your children, how much more shall your Father which is in heaven give good things to them that ask him? Therefore, all things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them. For this is the law and the prophets. Enter ye in at the strait gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there be which go in thereat. Because strait is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. Beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Ye shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns, or figs of thistles? Even so, every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. Every tree that bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire. Wherefore, by their fruits ye shall know them. Not everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name, and in thy name have cast out devils, and in thy name done many wonderful works? And then will I profess unto them, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye that work iniquity. Therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them, I will liken him unto a wise man, which built his house upon a rock. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock. And everyone that heareth these sayings of mine, and doeth them not, shall be likened unto a foolish man, which built his house upon the sand. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it. And it came to pass, when Jesus had ended these sayings, that people were astonished at his doctrine, for he taught them as one having authority, and not as the scribes. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 8. When he was come down from the mountain, great multitudes followed him. And behold, there came a leper and worshipped him, saying, Lord, if thou wilt, thou canst make me clean. And Jesus put forth his hand and touched him, saying, I will, be thou clean. And immediately his leprosy was cleansed. And Jesus saith unto him, See thou tell no man, but go thy way, show thyself to the priest, and offer the gift that Moses commanded, for a testimony unto them. And when Jesus was entered into Capernaum, there came unto him a centurion, beseeching him, and saying, Lord, my servant lieth at home, sick of the palsy, grievously tormented. And Jesus saith unto him, I will come and heal him. The centurion answered and said, Lord, I am not worthy that thou shouldest come under my roof, but speak the word only, and my servant shall be healed. For I am a man under authority, having soldiers under me. And I say to this man, Go, and he goeth, and to another, Come, and he cometh, and to my servant, Do this, and he doeth it. When Jesus heard it, he marveled, and said to them that followed, Verily I say unto you, I have not found so great faith, no, not in Israel. And I say unto you, that many shall come from the east and west, and shall sit down with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven. But the children of the kingdom shall be cast out into outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. And Jesus said unto the centurion, Go thy way, and as thou hast believed, so be it done unto thee. And his servant was healed in the selfsame hour. And when Jesus was come into Peter's house, he saw his wife's mother laid and sick of a fever. And he touched her hand, and the fever left her, and she arose and ministered unto them. When the even was come, they brought unto him many that were possessed with devils. And he cast out the spirits with his word, and healed all that were sick, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by Isaiah the prophet, saying, Himself took our infirmities and bare our sicknesses. Now when Jesus saw great multitudes about him, he gave commandment to depart unto the other side. And a certain scribe came and said unto him, Master, I will follow thee whithersoever thou goest. And Jesus saith unto him, The foxes have holes, and the birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man hath not where to lay his head. And another of his disciples said unto him, Lord, suffer me first to go and bury my father. But Jesus said unto him, Follow me, and let the dead bury their dead. And when he was entered into a ship, his disciples followed him. And behold, there arose a great tempest in the sea, insomuch that the ship was covered with the waves. But he was asleep. And his disciples came to him and awoke him, saying, Lord, save us, we perish. And he saith unto them, Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith? Then he arose and rebuked the winds and the sea, and there was a great calm. But the men marveled, saying, What manner of man is this, that even the winds and the sea obey him? And when he was come to the other side into the country of the Gergesenes, there met him two possessed with devils, coming out of the tombs exceeding fierce, so that no man might pass by that way. And behold, they cried out, saying, What have we to do with thee, Jesus, thou Son of God? Art thou come hither to torment us before the time? And there was a good way off from them, and heard of many swine feeding. So the devils besought him, saying, If thou cast us out, suffer us to go away into the herd of swine. And he said unto them, Go. And when they were come out, they went into the herd of swine, and behold, the whole herd of swine ran violently down a steep place into the sea, and perished in the waters. And they that kept them fled, and went their ways into the city, and told everything, and what was befallen to the possessed of the devils. And behold, the whole city came out to meet Jesus. And when they saw him, they besought him that he would depart out of their coasts. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 9. And he entered into a ship, and passed over, and came into his own city. And behold, they brought to him a man sick of the palsy, lying on a bed. And Jesus, seeing their faith, said unto the sick of the palsy, Son, be of good cheer, thy sins be forgiven thee. And behold, certain of the scribes said within themselves, This man blasphemeth. And Jesus, knowing their thoughts, said, Wherefore think ye evil in your hearts? For whether is easier, to say, Thy sins be forgiven thee, or to say, Arise and walk? But that ye may know that the Son of Man hath power on earth to forgive sins. Then saith he to the sick of the palsy, Arise, take up thy bed, and go unto thine house. And he arose, and departed to his house. But when the multitude saw it, they marveled, and glorified God, which had given such power unto men. And as Jesus passed forth from thence, he saw a man named Matthew, sitting at the receipt of custom. And he saith unto him, Follow me. And he arose, and followed him. And it came to pass, as Jesus sat at meat in the house, behold, many publicans and sinners came, and sat down with him and his disciples. And when the Pharisees saw it, they said unto his disciples, Why eateth your master with publicans and sinners? But when Jesus heard that, he said unto them, They that be whole need not a physician, but they that are sick. But go ye and learn what that meaneth. I will have mercy, and not sacrifice, for I am not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. Then came to him the disciples of John, saying, Why do we and the Pharisees fast off, but thy disciples fast not? And Jesus said unto them, Can the children of the bride chamber mourn as long as the bridegroom is with them? But the days will come when the bridegroom shall be taken from them, and then shall they fast. No man putteth a piece of new cloth into an old garment, but that which is put in to fill it up taketh from the garment, and the rent is made worse. Neither do men put new wine into old bottles, else the bottles break, and the wine runneth out, and the bottles perish. But they put new wine into new bottles, and both are preserved. While he spake these things unto them, behold, there came a certain ruler and worshipped him, saying, My daughter is even now dead, but come and lay thy hand upon her, and she shall live. And Jesus arose and followed him, and so did his disciples. And behold, a woman which was diseased with an issue of blood 12 years came behind him, and touched the hem of his garment. For she said within herself, If I may but touch his garment, I shall be whole. But Jesus turned him about, and when he saw her, he said, Daughter, be of good comfort. Thy faith hath made thee whole. And the woman was made whole from that hour. And when Jesus came into the ruler's house, and saw the minstrels and the people making a noise, he said unto them, Give place, for the maid is not dead, but sleepeth. And they laughed him to scorn. But when the people were put forth, he went in, and took her by the hand, and the maid arose. And the fame hereof went abroad into all that land. And when Jesus departed thence, 2 blind men followed him, crying and saying, Thou Son of David, have mercy on us. And when he was come into the house, the blind men came to him, and Jesus saith unto them, Believe ye that I am able to do this? They said unto him, Yea, Lord. Then touched he their eyes, saying, According to your faith be it unto you. And their eyes were opened, and Jesus straitly charged them, saying, See that no man know it. But they, when they were departed, spread abroad his fame in all that country. As they went out, behold, they brought to him a dumb man, possessed with a devil. And when the devil was cast out, the dumb spake, and the multitudes marveled, saying, It was never so seen in Israel. But the Pharisees said, He casteth out devils through the prince of the devils. And Jesus went about all the cities and villages, teaching in their synagogues and preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and healing every sickness and every disease among the people. But when he saw the multitudes, he was moved with compassion on them, because they fainted and were scattered abroad as sheep, having no shepherd. Then saith he unto his disciples, The harvest truly is plenteous, but the laborers are few. Pray ye therefore the Lord of the harvest, that he will send forth laborers into his harvest. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 10. And when he had called unto him his 12 disciples, he gave them power against unclean spirits to cast them out, and to heal all manner of sickness and all manner of disease. Now the names of the 12 apostles are these: the first, Simon, who is called Peter, and Andrew his brother, James the son of Zebedee, and John his brother, Philip and Bartholomew, Thomas and Matthew the publican, James the son of Alphaeus, and Lebbaeus, whose surname was Thaddeus, Simon the Canaanite, and Judas Iscariot, who also betrayed him. These 12 Jesus sent forth and commanded them, saying, Go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And as ye go, preach, saying, The kingdom of heaven is at hand. Heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils. Freely ye have received, freely give. Provide neither gold nor silver nor brass in your purses, nor scrip for your journey, neither two coats, neither shoes, nor yet staves, for the workman is worthy of his meat. And into whatsoever city or town ye shall enter, inquire who in it is worthy, and there abide till ye go thence. And when ye come into an house, salute it. And if the house be worthy, let your peace come upon it. But if it be not worthy, let your peace return to you. And whosoever shall not receive you, nor hear your words, when ye depart out of that house or city, shake off the dust of your feet. Verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents, and harmless as doves. But beware of men, for they will deliver you up to the councils, and they will scourge you in their synagogues. And ye shall be brought before governors and kings for my sake, for a testimony against them and the Gentiles. But when they deliver you up, take no thought how or what ye shall speak, for it shall be given you in that same hour what ye shall speak. For it is not ye that speak, but the Spirit of your Father which speaketh in you. And the brother shall deliver up the brother to death, and the father the child. And the children shall rise up against their parents, and cause them to be put to death. And ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake. But he that endureth to the end shall be saved. But when they persecute you in this city, flee ye into another. For verily I say unto you, ye shall not have gone over the cities of Israel till the Son of Man be come. The disciple is not above his master, nor the servant above his Lord. It is enough for the disciple that he be as his master, and the servant as his Lord. If they have called the master of the house Beelzebub, how much more shall they call them of his household? Fear them not, therefore, for there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, and hid that shall not be known. What I tell you in darkness, that speak ye in light. And what ye hear in the ear, that preach ye upon the housetops. And fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell. Are not 2 sparrows sold for a farthing? And one of them shall not fall on the ground without your Father, but the very hairs of your head are all numbered. Fear ye not, therefore, ye are of more value than many sparrows. Whosoever therefore shall confess me before men, him will I confess also before my Father which is in heaven. But whosoever shall deny me before men, him will I also deny before my Father which is in heaven. Think not that I am come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And a man's foes shall be they of his own household. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And he that taketh not his cross and followeth after me is not worthy of me. He that findeth his life shall lose it, and he that loseth his life for my sake shall find it. He that receiveth you receiveth me, and he that receiveth me receiveth him that sent me. He that receiveth a prophet in the name of a prophet shall receive a prophet's reward, and he that receiveth a righteous man in the name of a righteous man shall receive a righteous man's reward. And whosoever shall give to drink unto one of these little ones a cup of cold water only in the name of a disciple, verily I say unto you, he shall in no wise lose his reward. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 11. And it came to pass, when Jesus had made an end of commanding his 12 disciples, he departed thence to teach and to preach in their cities. Now when John had heard in the prison the works of Christ, he sent 2 of his disciples, and said unto him, Art thou he that should come, or do we look for another? Jesus answered and said unto them, Go and show John again those things which ye do hear and see. The blind receive their sight, and the lame walk. The lepers are cleansed, and the deaf hear. The dead are raised up, and the poor hath the gospel preached to them. And blessed is he whosoever shall not be offended in me. And as they departed, Jesus began to say unto the multitudes concerning John, What went ye out into the wilderness to see? A reed shaken with the wind? But what went ye out for to see? A man clothed in soft raiment? Behold, they that wear soft clothing are in kings' houses. But what went ye out for to see? A prophet? Yea, I say unto you, and more than a prophet. For this is he, of whom it is written, Behold, I send my messenger before thy face, which shall prepare thy way before thee. Verily I say unto you, among them that are born of women, there hath not risen a greater than John the Baptist. Notwithstanding, he that is least in the kingdom of heaven is greater than he. And from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, and the violent take it by force. For all the prophets and the law prophesied until John, and if ye will receive it, this is Elias, which was for to come. He that hath ears to hear, let him hear. But whereunto shall I liken this generation? It is like unto children sitting in the markets, and calling unto their fellows, and saying, We have piped unto you, and ye have not danced. We have mourned unto you, and ye have not lamented. For John came, neither eating nor drinking, and they say, He hath a devil. The Son of Man came, eating and drinking, and they say, Behold, a man gluttonous and a wine-bibber, a friend of publicans and sinners. But wisdom is justified of her children. Then began he to upbraid the cities wherein most of his mighty works were done, because they repented not. Woe unto thee, Chorazin! Woe unto thee, Bethsaida! For if the mighty works which were done in you had been done in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. But I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon at the day of judgment than for you. And thou, Capernaum, which art exalted unto heaven, shalt be brought down to hell. For if the mighty works which have been done in thee had been done in Sodom, it would have remained until this day. But I say unto you that it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom in the day of judgment than for thee. At that time Jesus answered and said, I thank thee, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, because thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent, and hast revealed them unto babes. Even so, Father, for so it seemed good in thy sight. All things are delivered unto me of my Father, and no man knoweth the Son but the Father. Neither knoweth any man the Father, save the Son, and he, to whomsoever the Son will reveal him. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you, and learn of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart, and ye shall find rest unto your souls. For my yoke is easy, and my burden is light. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 12. At that time Jesus went on the Sabbath day through the corn, and his disciples were an hungered, and began to pluck the ears of corn and to eat. But when the Pharisees saw it, they said unto him, Behold, thy disciples do that which is not lawful to do upon the Sabbath day. But he said unto them, Have ye not read what David did when he was an hungered, and they that were with him, how he entered into the house of God, and did eat the showbread, which was not lawful for him to eat, neither for them which were with him, but only for the priests? Or have ye not read in the law, how that on the Sabbath days the priests in the temple profane the Sabbath, and are blameless? But I say unto you, that in this place is one greater than the temple. But if ye had known what this meaneth, I will have mercy and not sacrifice, you would not have condemned the guiltless. For the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath day. And when he was departed thence, he went into their synagogue. And behold, there was a man which had his hand withered. And they asked him, saying, Is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath days? That they might accuse him. And he said unto them, What man shall there be among you that shall have one sheep, and if it fall into a pit on the Sabbath day, will he not lay hold on it and lift it out? How much then is a man better than a sheep? Wherefore it is lawful to do well on the Sabbath days. Then saith he to the man, Stretch forth thine hand. And he stretched it forth, and it was restored whole, like as the other. Then the Pharisees went out and held a council against him, how they might destroy him. But when Jesus knew it, he withdrew himself from thence, and great multitudes followed him, and he healed them all, and charged them that they should not make him known, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by Isaiah the prophet, saying, Behold my servant, whom I have chosen, my beloved, in whom my soul is well pleased. I will put my spirit upon him, and he shall show judgment to the Gentiles. He shall not strive nor cry, neither shall any man hear his voice in the streets. A bruised reed shall he not break, and smoking flax shall he not quench, till he send forth judgment unto victory. And in his name shall the Gentiles trust. Then was brought unto him one possessed with the devil, blind and dumb, and he healed him, insomuch that the blind and dumb both spake and saw. And all the people were amazed, and said, Is not this the son of David? But when the Pharisees heard it, they said, This fellow doth not cast out devils, but by Beelzebub, the prince of the devils. And Jesus knew their thoughts, and said unto them, Every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every city or house divided against itself shall not stand. And if Satan cast out Satan, he is divided against himself. How shall then his kingdom stand? And if I, by Beelzebub, cast out devils, by whom do your children cast them out? Therefore, they shall be your judges. But if I cast out devils by the Spirit of God, then the kingdom of God is come unto you. Or else, how can one enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he first bind the strong man, and then he will spoil his house? He that is not with me is against me, and he that gathereth not with me scattereth abroad. Wherefore I say unto you, all manner of sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven unto men, but the blasphemy against the Holy Ghost shall not be forgiven unto men. And whosoever speaketh a word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven him. But whosoever speaketh against the Holy Ghost, it shall not be forgiven him, neither in this world, neither in the world to come. Either make the tree good, and his fruit good, or else make the tree corrupt, and his fruit corrupt. For the tree is known by his fruit. Oh, generation of vipers, how can ye, being evil, speak good things? For out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh. A good man out of the good treasure of the heart bringeth forth good things, and an evil man out of the evil treasure bringeth forth evil things. But I say unto you, that every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. For by thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. Then certain of the scribes and of the Pharisees answered, saying, Master, we would see a sign from thee. But he answered and said unto them, An evil and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, and there shall no sign be given to it, but the sign of the prophet Jonas. For as Jonas was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. The men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment with this generation, and shall condemn it, because they repented at the preaching of Jonas. And behold, a greater than Jonas is here. The queen of the south shall rise up in the judgment with this generation, and shall condemn it. For she came from the uttermost parts of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon. And behold, a greater than Solomon is here. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places seeking rest, and findeth none. Then he saith, I will return into my house from whence I came out. And when he is come, he findeth it empty, swept, and garnished. Then goeth he, and taketh with himself 7 other spirits more wicked than himself, and they enter in and dwell there. And the last state of that man is worse than the first. Even so shall it be also unto this wicked generation. While he yet talked to the people, behold, his mother and his brethren stood without, desiring to speak with him. Then one said unto him, Behold, thy mother and thy brethren stand without, desiring to speak with thee. But he answered and said unto him that told him, Who is my mother, and who are my brethren? And he stretched forth his hand toward his disciples, and said, Behold, my mother and my brethren. For whosoever shall do the will of my Father, which is in heaven, the same is my brother and sister and mother. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 13. The same day went Jesus out of the house and sat by the seaside, and great multitudes were gathered together unto him, so that he went into a ship and sat, and the whole multitude stood on the shore. And he spake many things unto them in parables, saying, Behold, A sower went forth to sow, and when he sowed, some seeds fell by the wayside, and the fowls came and devoured them up. Some fell upon stony places, where they had not much earth, and forthwith they sprung up, because they had no deepness of earth. And when the sun was up, they were scorched, and because they had no root, they withered away. And some fell among thorns, and the thorns sprung up and choked them. But other fell into good ground, and brought forth fruit, some 100-fold, some 60-fold, some 30-fold. Who hath ears to hear, let him hear. And the disciples came and said unto him, Why speakest thou unto them in parables? He answered and said unto them, Because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. For whosoever hath, to him shall be given, and he shall have more abundance. But whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken away, even that he hath. Therefore speak I to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand. And in them is fulfilled the prophecy of Esaias, which saith, By hearing ye shall hear, and shall not understand, and seeing ye shall see, and shall not perceive. For this people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest at any time they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and should understand with their heart, and should be converted, and I should heal them. But blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your ears, for they hear. For verily I say unto you, that many prophets and righteous men have desired to see those things which ye see, and have not seen them, and to hear those things which ye hear, and have not heard them. Hear ye therefore the parable of the sower. When anyone heareth the word of the kingdom, and understandeth it not, then cometh the wicked one, and catcheth away that which was sown in his heart. This is he which received seed by the wayside. But he that received the seed in the stony places, the same is he that heareth the word, and anon with joy receiveth it. Yet hath he not rooted himself, but dureth for a while. For when tribulation or persecution ariseth because of the word, by and by he is offended. He also that received seed among the thorns is he that heareth the word, and the care of this world and the deceitfulness of riches choke the word, and he becometh unfruitful. But he that received seed into the good ground is he that heareth the word and understandeth it, which also beareth fruit and bringeth forth, some 100-fold, some 60, some 30.
Oh my God.
Another parable put he forth unto them, saying, The kingdom of heaven is likened unto a man, which sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat, and went his way. For when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. So the servants of the householder came and said unto him, Sir, didst not thou sow good seed in thy field? From whence then hath it tares? He said unto them, An enemy hath done this. The servants said unto him, Wilt thou then that we go and gather them up? But he said, Nay, lest while ye gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest. And in the time of harvest, I will say to the reapers, Gather ye together first the tares, and bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn. Another parable put he forth unto them, saying, The kingdom of heaven is like to a grain of mustard seed, which a man took and sowed in his field, which indeed is the least of all seeds. But when it is grown, it is the greatest among herbs, and becometh a tree, so that the birds of the air come and lodge in the branches thereof. Another parable spake he unto them, The kingdom of heaven is like unto leaven, which a woman took and hid in 3 measures of meal, till the whole was leavened. All these things spake Jesus unto the multitude in parables, and without a parable spake he not unto them, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophet, saying, I will open my mouth in parables, I will utter things which have been kept secret from the foundation of the world. Then Jesus sent the multitude away and went into the house. And his disciples came unto him, saying, Declare unto us the parable of the tares of the field. He answered and said unto them, He that soweth the good seed is the Son of Man. The field is the world. The good seed are the children of the kingdom, but the tares are the children of the wicked one. The enemy that sowed them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels. As therefore the tares are gathered and burned in the fire, so shall it be in the end of this world. The Son of Man shall send forth his angels, and they shall gather out of his kingdom all things that offend, and them which do iniquity, and shall cast them into a furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Then shall the righteous shine forth as the sun in the kingdom of their Father. Who hath ears to hear, let him hear. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like unto treasure hid in a field, the which when a man hath found, he hideth, and for joy thereof goeth and selleth all that he hath, and buyeth that field. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a merchantman seeking goodly pearls, who when he had found one pearl of great price, went and sold all that he had, and bought it. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a net that was cast into the sea, and gathered of every kind, which when it was full they drew to shore, and sat down, and gathered the good into vessels, but cast the bad away. So shall it be at the end of the world. The angels shall come forth, and sever the wicked from among the just, and shall cast them into the furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Jesus saith unto them, Have ye understood all these things? They say unto him, Yea, Lord. Then said he unto them, Therefore every scribe which is instructed unto the kingdom of heaven is like unto a man that is an householder, which bringeth forth out of his treasure things new and old. And it came to pass that when Jesus had finished these parables, he departed thence. And when he was come into his own country, he taught them in their synagogue, insomuch that they were astonished, and said, Whence hath this man this wisdom, and these mighty works? Is not this the carpenter's son? Is not his mother called Mary, and his brethren James and Joseph, and Simon and Judas? And his sisters, are they not all with us? Whence then hath this man all these things? And they were offended in him. But Jesus said unto them, A prophet is not without honor, save in his own country and in his own house. And he did not many mighty works there, because of their unbelief. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 14. At that time Herod the Tetrarch heard of the fame of Jesus, and said unto his servants, This is John the Baptist. He is risen from the dead, and therefore mighty works do show forth themselves in him. For Herod had laid hold on John, and bound him, and put him in prison for Herodias' sake, his brother Philip's wife. For John said unto him, It is not lawful for thee to have her. And when he would have put him to death, he feared the multitude, because they counted him as a prophet. But when Herod's birthday was kept, the daughter of Herodias danced before them, and pleased Herod. Whereupon he promised with an oath to give her whatsoever she would ask. And she, being before instructed of her mother, said, Give me here John Baptist's head, and a charger. And the king was sorry. Nevertheless, for the oath's sake, and them which sat with him at meat, he commanded it to be given her. And he sent and beheaded John in the prison. And his head was brought in a charger, and given to the damsel, and she brought it to her mother. And his disciples came, and took up the body, and buried it, and went and told Jesus. When Jesus heard of it, he departed thence by ship into a desert place apart. And when the people had heard thereof, they followed him on foot out of the cities. And Jesus went forth and saw a great multitude, and was moved with compassion toward them, and he healed their sick. And when it was evening, his disciples came to him, saying, This is a desert place, and the time is now past. Send the multitude away, that they may go into the villages, and buy themselves victuals. But Jesus said unto them, They need not depart. Give ye them to eat. And they say unto him, We have here but 5 loaves and 2 fishes. He said, Bring them hither to me. And he commanded the multitude to sit down on the grass, and took the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes, and looking up to heaven, he blessed and brake, and gave the loaves to his disciples, and the disciples to the multitude. And they did all eat, and were filled, and they took up of the fragments that remained 12 baskets full. And they that had eaten were about 5,000 men, beside women and children. And straightway Jesus constrained his disciples to get into a ship, and to go before him unto the other side, while he sent the multitudes away. And when he had sent the multitudes away, he went up into a mountain apart to pray. And when the evening was come, he was there alone. But the ship was now in the midst of the sea, tossed with waves, for the wind was contrary. And in the 4th watch of the night, Jesus went unto them, walking on the sea. And when the disciples saw him walking on the sea, they were troubled, saying, It is a spirit. And they cried out for fear. But straightway Jesus spake unto them, saying, Be of good cheer, it is I, be not afraid. And Peter answered him and said, Lord, if it be thou, bid me come unto thee on the water. And he said, Come. And when Peter was come down out of the ship, he walked on the water to go to Jesus. But when he saw the wind boisterous, he was afraid, and beginning to sink, he cried, saying, Lord, save me. And immediately Jesus stretched forth his hand, and caught him, and said unto him, O thou of little faith, wherefore didst thou doubt? And when they were come into the ship, the wind ceased. Then they that were in the ship came and worshipped him, saying, Of a truth, Thou art the Son of God. And when they were gone over, they came into the land of Gennesaret. And when the men of that place had knowledge of him, they sent out into all that country round about, and brought unto him all that were diseased, and besought him that they might only touch the hem of his garment. And as many as touched were made perfectly whole. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 15. Then came to Jesus scribes and Pharisees, which were of Jerusalem, saying, Why do thy disciples transgress the tradition of the elders? For they wash not their hands when they eat bread. But he answered and said unto them, Why do ye also transgress the commandment of God by your tradition? For God commanded, saying, Honor thy father and mother, and he that curseth father or mother, let him die the death. But ye say, Whosoever shall say to his father or his mother, It is a gift, by whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me, and honor not his father or his mother, he shall be free. Thus have ye made the commandment of God of none effect, by your tradition. Ye hypocrites, well did Isaiah prophesy of you, saying, This people draweth nigh unto me with their mouth, and honoreth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. But in vain do they worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men. And he called the multitude, and said unto them, Hear and understand. Not that which goeth into the mouth defileth a man, but that which cometh out of the mouth, this defileth a man. Then came his disciples, and said unto him, Knowest thou that the Pharisees were offended after they heard this saying? But he answered and said, Every plant which my heavenly Father hath not planted shall be rooted up. Let them alone. They be blind leaders of the blind. And if the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the ditch. Then answered Peter and said unto him, Declare unto us this parable. And Jesus said, Are ye also yet without understanding? Do not ye yet understand that whatsoever entereth in at the mouth goeth into the belly, and is cast out into the draught? But those things which proceed out of the mouth come forth from the heart, and they defile the man. For out of the heart proceed evil thoughts, murders, adulteries, fornications, thefts, false witness, blasphemies. These are the things which defile a man. But to eat with unwashen hands defileth not a man. Then Jesus went thence, and departed into the coasts of Tyre and Sidon. And behold, a woman of Canaan came out of the same coasts, and cried unto him, saying, Have mercy on me, O Lord, thou son of David. My daughter is grievously vexed with the devil. But he answered her not a word. And his disciples came and besought him, saying, Send her away, for she crieth after us. But he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Then came she and worshipped him, saying, Lord, help me. But he answered and said, It is not meet to take the children's bread and to cast it to dogs. And she said, Truth, Lord, yet the dogs eat of the crumbs which fall from their master's table. Then Jesus answered and said unto her, O woman, great is thy faith. Be it unto thee even as thou wilt. And her daughter was made whole from that very hour. And Jesus departed from thence, and came nigh unto the Sea of Galilee, and went up into a mountain, and sat down there. And great multitudes came unto him, having with them those that were lame, blind, dumb, maimed, and many others, and cast them down at Jesus' feet, and he healed them. Insomuch that the multitude wondered when they saw the dumb to speak, the maimed to be whole, the lame to walk, and the blind to see. And they glorified the God of Israel. Then Jesus called his disciples unto him and said, I have compassion on the multitude, because they continue with me now 3 days, and have nothing to eat. And I will not send them away fasting, lest they faint in the way. And his disciples say unto him, Whence shall we have so much bread in the wilderness, as to fill so great a multitude? And Jesus saith unto them, How many loaves have ye? And they said, 7, and a few little fishes. And he commanded the multitude to sit down on the ground. And he took the 7 loaves and the fishes, and gave thanks, and brake them, and gave to his disciples, and the disciples to the multitude. And they did all eat, and were filled. And they took up of the broken meat that was left 7 baskets full. And they that did eat were 4,000 men, beside women and children. And he sent away the multitude, and took ship, and came into the coasts of Magdala. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 16. The Pharisees also with the Sadducees came, and tempting desired him that he would show them a sign from heaven. He answered and said unto them, When it is evening, ye say, It will be fair weather, for the sky is red. And in the morning, it will be foul weather today, for the sky is red and lowering. O ye hypocrites, ye can discern the face of the sky, but can ye not discern the signs of the times? A wicked and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, and there shall no sign be given unto it, but the sign of the prophet Jonas. And he left them, and departed. And when his disciples were come to the other side, they had forgotten to take bread. Then Jesus said unto them, Take heed and beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees. And they reasoned among themselves, saying, It is because we have taken no bread. Which when Jesus perceived, he said unto them, O ye of little faith, why reason ye among yourselves, because ye have brought no bread? Do ye not yet understand, neither remember the 5 loaves of the 5,000, and how many baskets ye took up? Neither the 7 loaves of the 4,000, and how many baskets ye took up? How is it that ye do not understand that I spake it not to you concerning bread, that ye should beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees? Then understood they how that he bade them not beware of the leaven of bread, but of the doctrine of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees. When Jesus came into the coasts of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, saying, Whom do men say that I, the Son of Man, am? And they said, Some say that thou art John the Baptist, some Elias, and others Jeremias, or one of the prophets. He saith unto them, But whom say ye that I am? And Simon Peter answered and said, Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. And Jesus answered and said unto him, Blessed art thou, Simon Bar-Jonah, for flesh and blood have not revealed it unto thee, but my Father which is in heaven. And I say also unto thee, that thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And I will give unto thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven. And whatsoever thou shalt bind on earth shall be bound in heaven. And whatsoever thou shalt loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. Then charged he his disciples that they should tell no man that he was Jesus the Christ. From that time forth began Jesus to show unto his disciples how that he must go into Jerusalem and suffer many things of the elders and chief priests and scribes, and be killed, and be raised again the third day. Then Peter took him and began to rebuke him, saying, Be it far from thee, Lord, this shall not be unto thee. But he turned and said unto Peter, Get thee behind me, Satan. Thou art an offense unto me, for thou savorest not the things that be of God, but those that be of men. Then said Jesus unto his disciples, If any man will come after me, let him deny himself, and take up his cross, and follow me. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, and whosoever will lose his life for my sake shall find it. For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? For the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he shall reward every man according to his works. Verily I say unto you, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 17. And after 6 days, Jesus taketh Peter, James, and John his brother, and bringeth them up into an high mountain apart, and was transfigured before them, and his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was white as the light. And behold, there appeared unto them Moses and Elias, talking with him. Then answered Peter, and said unto Jesus, Lord, it is good for us to be here. If thou wilt, let us make here 3 tabernacles, one for thee, and one for Moses, and one for Elias. While he yet spake, behold, a bright cloud overshadowed them, and behold, a voice out of the cloud, which said, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Hear ye him. And when the disciples heard it, they fell on their face, and were sore afraid. And Jesus came and touched them, and said, Arise, and be not afraid. And when they had lifted up their eyes, they saw no man, save Jesus only. And as they came down from the mountain, Jesus charged them, saying, Tell the vision to no man, until the Son of Man be risen again from the dead. And his disciples asked him, saying, Why then say the scribes that Elias must first come? And Jesus answered and said unto them, Elias truly shall first come, and restore all things. But I say unto you, that Elias is come already, and they knew him not, but have done unto him whatsoever they listed. Likewise shall also the Son of Man suffer of them. Then the disciples understood that he spake unto them of John the Baptist. And when they were come to the multitude, there came to him a certain man, kneeling down to him, and saying, Lord, have mercy on my son, for he is lunatic and sore vexed. For ofttimes he falleth into the fire, and oft into the water. And I brought him to thy disciples, and they could not cure him. Then Jesus answered and said, O faithless and perverse generation, how long shall I be with you? How long shall I suffer you? Bring him hither to me. And Jesus rebuked the devil, and he departed out of him. And the child was cured from that very hour. Then came the disciples to Jesus apart, and said, Why could not we cast him out? And Jesus said unto them, Because of your unbelief. For verily I say unto you, if ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, Remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you. Howbeit, this kind goeth not out, but by prayer and fasting. And while they abode in Galilee, Jesus said unto them, The Son of Man shall be betrayed into the hands of men, and they shall kill him, and the third day he shall be raised again. And they were exceeding sorry. And when they were come to Capernaum, they that received tribute money came to Peter and said, Doth not your master pay tribute? He saith, Yes. And when he was come into the house, Jesus prevented him, saying, What thinkest thou, Simon? Of whom do the kings of the earth take custom or tribute? Of their own children, or of strangers? Peter saith unto him, Of strangers. Jesus saith unto him, Then are the children free. Notwithstanding, lest we should offend them, go thou to the sea, and cast an hook, and take up the fish that first cometh up. And when thou hast opened his mouth, thou shalt find a piece of money. That take, and give unto them for me and thee. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 18. At the same time came the disciples unto Jesus, saying, Who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? And Jesus called a little child unto him, and set him in the midst of them, and said, Verily I say unto you, except ye be converted, and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. Whosoever therefore shall humble himself as this little child, the same is greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And whoso shall receive one such little child in my name, receiveth me. But whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea. Woe unto the world because of offenses, for it must needs be that offenses come. But woe to that man by whom the offense cometh. Wherefore, if thy hand or thy foot offend thee, cut them off, and cast them from thee. It is better for thee to enter into life, halt or maimed, rather than having 2 hands or 2 feet, to be cast into everlasting fire. And if thine eye offend thee, pluck it out, and cast it from thee. It is better for thee to enter into life with 1 eye, rather than having 2 eyes, to be cast into hellfire. Take heed that ye despise not one of these little ones. For I say unto you, that in heaven their angels do always behold the face of my Father, which is in heaven. For the Son of Man is come to save that which was lost. How think ye, if a man hath 100 sheep, and one of them be gone astray, doth he not leave the 99 and goeth into the mountains, and seeketh that which is gone astray? And if so be that he find it, verily I say unto you, he rejoiceth more of that sheep than of the 99 which went not astray. Even so, it is not the will of your Father which is in heaven that one of these little ones should perish. Moreover, if thy brother shall trespass against thee, go and tell him his fault between thee and him alone. If he shall hear thee, thou hast gained thy brother. But if he will not hear thee, then take with thee 1 or 2 more, that in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses every word may be established. And if he shall neglect to hear them, tell it unto the church. But if he neglect to hear the church, let him be unto thee as a heathen man and a publican. Verily I say unto you, whatsoever ye shall bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatsoever ye shall loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. Again I say unto you, that if 2 of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done for them of my Father which is in heaven. For where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them. Then came Peter to him and said, Lord, how oft shall my brother sin against me, and I forgive him? Till 7 times? Jesus saith unto him, I say not unto thee until 7 times, but until 70 times 7. Therefore is the kingdom of heaven likened unto a certain king, which would take account of his servants. And when he had begun to reckon, one was brought unto him, which owed him 10,000 talents. But for as much as he had not to pay, his Lord commanded him to be sold, and his wife and children, and all that he had, and payment to be made. The servant therefore fell down and worshipped him, saying, Lord, have patience with me, and I will pay thee all. Then the Lord of that servant was moved with compassion, and loosed him, and forgave him the debt. But the same servant went out and found one of his fellow servants, which owed him 100 pence. And he laid hands on him and took him by the throat, saying, Pay me that thou owest. And his fellow servant fell down at his feet and besought him, saying, Have patience with me, and I will pay thee all. And he would not, but went and cast him into prison till he should pay the debt. So when his fellow servants saw what was done, they were very sorry, and came and told unto their Lord all that was done. Then his Lord, after that he had called him, said unto him, O thou wicked servant, I forgave thee all that debt, because thou desiredst me. Shouldest not thou also have had compassion on thy fellow servant, even as I had pity on thee? And his Lord was wroth, and delivered him to the tormentors, till he should pay all that was due unto him. So likewise shall my heavenly Father do also unto you, if ye from your hearts forgive not every one his brother their trespasses. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 19. And it came to pass that when Jesus had finished these sayings, he departed from Galilee and came into the coasts of Judea beyond Jordan. And great multitudes followed him, and he healed them there. The Pharisees also came unto him, tempting him, and saying unto him, Is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause? And he answered and said unto them, Have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female, and said, For this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh? Wherefore they are no more twain, but one flesh. What therefore God hath joined together, let not man put asunder. They say unto him, Why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement, and to put her away? He saith unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, suffered you to put away your wives. But from the beginning it was not so. And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery. And whoso marrieth her which is put away, doth commit adultery. His disciples say unto him, If the case of the man be so with his wife, it is not good to marry. But he said unto them, All men cannot receive this saying, save they to whom it is given. For there are some eunuchs which were so born from their mother's womb, and there are some eunuchs which were made eunuchs of men, and there be eunuchs which have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. He that is able to receive it, let him receive it. Then were there brought unto him little children, that he should put his hands on them and pray, and the disciples rebuked them. But Jesus said, Suffer little children, and forbid them not to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. And he laid his hands on them, and departed thence. And behold, one came and said unto him, Good master, what good thing shall I do, that I may have eternal life? And he said unto him, Why callest thou me good? There is none good, but one, that is God.
Come out, please.
But if thou wilt enter into life, keep the commandments. He saith unto him, Which? Jesus said, Thou shalt do no murder, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness, honor thy father and thy mother, and thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. The young man saith unto him, All these things have I kept from my youth up. What lack I yet? Jesus said unto him, If thou wilt be perfect, go and sell that thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven. And come and follow me. But when the young man heard that saying, he went away sorrowful, for he had great possessions. Then said Jesus unto his disciples, Verily I say unto you, that a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven. And again I say unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. When his disciples heard it, they were exceedingly amazed, saying, Who then can be saved? But Jesus beheld them and said unto them, With men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible. answered Peter and said unto him, Behold, we have forsaken all and followed thee. What shall we have therefore? And Jesus said unto them, Verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me, and the regeneration when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory, ye also shall sit upon 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. And everyone that hath forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my name's sake, shall receive an 100-fold, and shall inherit everlasting life. But many that are first shall be last, and the last shall be first.
Jesus fucking Christ,
to St. Matthew,
fucking move,
chapter 20. For the kingdom of heaven is like unto a man that is an householder, which went out early in the morning to hire laborers into his vineyard. And when he had agreed with the laborers for a penny a day, he sent them into his vineyard. And he went out about the 3rd hour, and saw others standing idle in the marketplace, and said unto them, Go ye also into the vineyard, and whatsoever is right, I will give you. And they went their way. Again he went out about the 6th and 9th hour, and did likewise. And about the 11th hour he went out, and found others standing idle, and saith unto them, Why stand ye here all the day idle? They say unto him, Because no man hath hired us. He saith unto them, Go ye also into the vineyard, and whatsoever is right, that shall ye receive. So, when even was come, the Lord of the vineyard saith unto his steward, Call the laborers, and give them their hire, beginning from the last unto the first. And when they came, that were hired about the 11th hour, they received every man a penny. But when the first came, they supposed that they should have received more, and they likewise received every man a penny. And when they had received it, they murmured against the goodman of the house, saying, These last have wrought but 1 hour, and thou hast made them equal unto us, which have borne the burden and heat of the day. But he answered one of them and said, Friend, I do thee no wrong. Didst not thou agree with me for a penny? Take that thine is, and go thy way. I will give unto this last, even as unto thee. Is it not lawful for me to do what I will with mine own? Is thine eye evil, because I am good? So the last shall be first, and the first last. For many be called, but few chosen. And Jesus, going up to Jerusalem, took the 12 disciples apart in the way, and said unto them, Behold, we go up to Jerusalem, and the Son of Man shall be betrayed unto the chief priests and unto the scribes, and they shall condemn him to death, and shall deliver him to the Gentiles to mock and to scourge, and to crucify him. And the 3rd day he shall rise again. Then came to him the mother of Zebedee's children with her sons, worshipping him, and desiring a certain thing of him. And he said unto her, What wilt thou? She saith unto him, Grant that these my 2 sons may sit, the one on thy right hand, and the other on the left, in thy kingdom. But Jesus answered and said, Ye know not what ye ask. Are ye able to drink of the cup that I shall drink of, and to be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with? They say unto him, We are able. And he saith unto them, Ye shall drink indeed of my cup, and be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with. But to sit on my right hand and on my left is not mine to give, but it shall be given to them for whom it is prepared of my Father. And when the 10 heard it, they were moved with indignation against the 2 brethren. But Jesus called them unto him and said, Ye know that the princes of the Gentiles exercise dominion over them, and they that are great exercise authority upon them. But it shall not be so among you. But whosoever will be great among you, let him be your minister. And whosoever will be chief among you, let him be your servant. Even as the Son of Man came, not to be ministered unto, but to minister, and to give his life a ransom for many. And as they departed from Jericho, a great multitude followed him, And behold, two blind men sitting by the wayside, when they heard that Jesus passed by, cried out, saying, Have mercy on us, O Lord, thou Son of David. And the multitude rebuked them, because they should hold their peace. But they cried the more, saying, Have mercy on us, O Lord, thou Son of David. And Jesus stood still, and called them, and said, What will ye that I shall do unto you? They say unto him, Lord, that our eyes may be opened. So Jesus had compassion on them, and touched their eyes. And immediately their eyes received sight, and they followed him. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 21. And when they drew nigh unto Jerusalem, and were come to Bethphage unto the Mount of Olives, then sent Jesus two disciples, saying unto them, Go into the village over against you, and straightway ye shall find an ass tied, and a colt with her. Loose them, and bring them unto me. And if any man say aught unto you, ye shall say, The Lord have need of them, and straightway he will send them. All this was done, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophet, saying, Tell ye the daughter of Zion, Behold, thy king cometh unto thee, meek, and sitting upon an ass, and a colt, the foal of an ass. And the disciples went, and did as Jesus commanded them, and brought the ass and the colt, and put on them their clothes, and they set him thereon. And a very great multitude spread their garments in the way. Others cut down branches from the trees, and strawed them in the way. And the multitudes that went before, and that followed, cried, saying, Hosanna to the Son of David. Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. Hosanna in the highest. And when he was come into Jerusalem, all the city was moved, saying, Who is this? And the multitude said, This is Jesus, the prophet of Nazareth of Galilee. And Jesus went into the temple of God, and cast out all them that sold and bought in the temple, and overthrew the tables of the money changers, and the seats of them that sold doves, and said unto them, It is written, My house shall be called the house of prayer, but ye have made it a den of thieves. And the blind and the lame came to him in the temple, and he healed them. And when the chief priests and scribes saw the wonderful things that he did, and the children crying in the temple and saying, Hosanna to the Son of David, they were sore displeased, and said unto him, Hearest thou what these say? And Jesus saith unto them, Yea, have ye never read, Out of the mouth of babes and sucklings thou hast perfected praise? And he left them, and went out of the city into Bethany, and he lodged there. Now in the morning, as he returned into the city, he hungered. And when he saw a fig tree in the way, he came to it, and found nothing thereon, but leaves only, and said unto it, Let no fruit grow on thee henceforward forever. And presently the fig tree withered away. And when the disciples saw it, they marveled, saying, How soon is the fig tree withered away? Jesus answered and said unto them, Verily I say unto you, if ye have faith, and doubt not, ye shall not only do this which is done to the fig tree, but also if ye shall say unto this mountain, Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, it shall be done. And all things whatsoever ye shall ask in prayer, believing, ye shall receive. And when he was come into the temple, the chief priests and the elders of the people came unto him as he was teaching, and said, By what authority doest thou these things? And who gave thee this authority? And Jesus answered and said unto them, I also will ask you one thing, which if ye tell me, I in likewise will tell you by what authority I do these things. The baptism of John, whence was it, from heaven or of men? And they reasoned with themselves, saying, If we shall say from heaven, he will say unto us, Why did ye not then believe him? But if we shall say of men, we fear the people, for all hold John as a prophet. And they answered Jesus and said, We cannot tell. And he said unto them, Neither tell I you by what authority I do these things. But what think ye? A certain man had 2 sons, and he came to the first and said, Son, go work today in my vineyard. He answered and said, I will not. But afterward he repented and went. And he came to the second and said likewise. And he answered and said, I go, sir, and went not. whether of them twain did the will of his father? They say unto him, The first. Jesus saith unto them, Verily I say unto you, that the publicans and the harlots go into the kingdom of God before you. For John came unto you in the way of righteousness, and ye believed him not. But the publicans and the harlots believed him. And ye, when ye had seen it, repented not afterward, that ye might believe him. Hear another parable. There was a certain householder which planted a vineyard, and hedged it round about, and digged a winepress in it, and built a tower, and let it out to husbandmen, and went into a far country. And when the time of the fruit drew near, he sent his servants to the husbandmen, that they might receive the fruits of it. And the husbandman took his servants, and beat one, and killed another, and stoned another. Again he sent other servants more than the first, and they did unto them likewise. But last of all he sent unto them his son, saying, They will reverence my son. But when the husbandmen saw the son, they said among themselves, This is the heir. Come, let us kill him, and let us seize on his inheritance. And they caught him, and cast him out of the vineyard, and slew him. When the Lord therefore the vineyard cometh, what will he do unto those husbandmen? They say unto him, He will miserably destroy those wicked men, and will let out his vineyard unto other husbandmen, which shall render him the fruits in their seasons. Jesus saith unto them, Did ye never read in the Scriptures, The stone which the builders rejected, the same is become the head of the corner. This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Therefore say I unto you, the kingdom of God shall be taken from you, and given to a nation, bringing forth the fruits thereof. And whosoever shall fall on this stone shall be broken, but on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder. And when the chief priests and Pharisees had heard his parables, they perceived that he spake of them. But when they sought to lay hands on him, they feared the multitude, because they took him for a prophet. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 22. And Jesus answered and spake unto them again by parables, and said, The kingdom of heaven is like unto a certain king, which made a marriage for his son, and sent forth his servants to call them that were bidden to the wedding, and they would not come. Again he sent forth other servants, saying, Tell them which are bidden, Behold, I have prepared my dinner, my oxen and my fatlings are killed, and all things are ready. Come unto the marriage. But they made light of it, and went their ways, one to his farm, another to his merchandise. And the remnant took his servants, and entreated them spitefully, and slew them. But when the king heard thereof, he was wroth, and he sent forth his armies, and destroyed those murderers, and burned up their city. Then saith he to his servants, The wedding is ready, but they which were bidden were not worthy. Go ye therefore to the highways, and as many as ye shall find, bid to the marriage. So those servants went out into the highways, and gathered together all as many as they found, both bad and good. And the wedding was furnished with guests. And when the king came in to see the guests, he saw there a man which had not on a wedding garment. And he saith unto him, Friend, how camest thou in hither, not having a wedding garment? And he was speechless. Then said the king to the servants, Bind him hand and foot, and take him away, and cast him into outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. For many are called, but few are chosen. Then went the Pharisees, and took counsel how they might entangle him in his talk. And they sent out unto him their disciples with the Herodians, saying, Master, we know that thou art true, and teachest the way of God in truth. Neither carest thou for any man, for thou regardest not the person of men. Tell us therefore, what thinkest thou? Is it lawful to give tribute unto Caesar, or not? But Jesus perceived their wickedness, and said, Why tempt ye me, ye hypocrites? Show me the tribute money. And they brought unto him a penny. And he saith unto them, Whose is this image and superscription? They say unto him, Caesar's. Then saith he unto them, Render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. When they had heard these words, they marveled, the Sadducees, would say that there is no resurrection, and asked him, saying, Master, Moses said, if a man die, having no children, his brother shall marry his wife, and raise up seed unto his brother. Now there were with us 7 brethren, and the first, when he had married a wife, deceased, and having no issue, left his wife unto his brother. Likewise the second also, and the third unto the 7th. And last of all, the woman died also. Therefore in the resurrection, whose wife shall she be of the 7? For they all had her. Jesus answered and said unto them, Ye do err, not knowing the Scriptures, nor the power of God. For in the resurrection they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are as the angels of God in heaven. But as touching the resurrection of the dead, have ye not read that which was spoken unto you by God, saying, I am the God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. God is not the God of the dead, but of the living. And when the multitude heard this, they were astonished at his doctrine. But when the Pharisees had heard that he had put the Sadducees to silence, they were gathered together. Then one of them, which was a lawyer, asked him a question, tempting him, and saying, Master, which is the great commandment in the law? Jesus said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment. And the second is like unto it, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these 2 commandments hang all the law and the prophets. While the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them, saying, What think ye of Christ? Whose son is he? They say unto him, The son of David. He saith unto them, How then doth David in spirit call him Lord, saying, The Lord said unto my Lord, Sit thou on my right hand, till I make thine enemies thy footstool. If David then call him Lord, how is he his son? And no man was able to answer him a word, neither durst any man from that day forth ask him any more questions. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 23. Then spake Jesus to the multitude and to his disciples, saying, The scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. All therefore whatsoever they bid you, observe, and do. But do not ye after their works, for they say, and do not. For they bind heavy burdens and grievous to be borne, and lay them on men's shoulders. But they themselves will not move them with one of their fingers. But all their works they do for to be seen of men. They make broad their phylacteries, and enlarge the borders of their garments, and love the uppermost rooms at feasts, and the chief seats in the synagogues, and greetings in the markets, and to be called of men, Rabbi, Rabbi. But be not ye called Rabbi, for one is your master, even Christ, and all ye are brethren. And call no man your father upon the earth, for one is your Father, which is in heaven. Neither be ye called masters, for one is your master, even Christ. But he that is greatest among you shall be your servant. And whosoever shall exalt himself shall be abased, and he that shall humble himself shall be exalted. But woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for ye shut up the kingdom of heaven against men. For ye neither go in yourselves, neither suffer ye them that are entering to go in. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for ye devour widows' houses, and for a pretense make long prayer. Therefore ye shall receive the greater damnation. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for ye compass sea and land to make one proselyte, and when he is made, you make him twofold more the child of hell than yourselves. Woe unto you, ye blind guides, which say, Whosoever shall swear by the temple, it is nothing, but whosoever shall swear by the gold of the temple, he is a debtor. Ye fools and blind, for whether is greater, the gold or the temple that sanctifieth the gold? And whosoever shall swear by the altar, it is nothing. But whosoever sweareth by the gift that is upon it, he is guilty. Ye fools and blind, for whether is greater, the gift or the altar that sanctifieth the gift? Whoso therefore shall swear by the altar, sweareth by it, and by all things thereon. And whoso shall swear by the temple, sweareth by it, and by him that dwelleth therein. And he that shall swear by heaven, sweareth by the throne of God, and by him that sitteth thereon. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye pay tithe of mint, and anise, and cumin, and have omitted the weightier matters of the law, judgment, mercy, and faith. These ought ye to have done, and not to leave the other undone. Ye blind guides, which strain at a gnat, and swallow a camel. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye make clean the outside of the cup and of the platter, but within they are full of extortion and excess. Thou blind Pharisee, cleanse first that which is within the cup and platter, that the outside of them may be clean also. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye are like unto whited sepulchres, which indeed appear beautiful outward, but are within full of dead men's bones, and of all uncleanness. Even so ye also outwardly appear righteous unto men, but within ye are full of hypocrisy and iniquity. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! Because ye build the tombs of the prophets, and garnish the sepulchres of the righteous, and say, If we had been in the days of our fathers, we would not have been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets. Wherefore, ye be witnesses unto yourselves that ye are the children of them which killed the prophets. Fill ye up then the measure of your fathers. Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell? Wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets, and wise men, and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify, and some of them shall ye scourge in your synagogues, and persecute them from city to city, that upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel unto the blood of Zacharias son of Barachias, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar. Verily I say unto you, all these things shall come upon this generation. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, thou that killest the prophets, and stonest them which are sent unto thee, how often would I have gathered thy children together, even as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings, and ye would not. Behold, your house is left unto you desolate. For I say unto you, ye shall not see me henceforth, till ye shall say, Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 24. And Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him for to show him the buildings of the temple. And Jesus said unto them, See ye not all these things? Verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming, and of the end of the world? And Jesus answered and said unto them, Take heed, that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. And ye shall hear of wars, and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines, and pestilences, and earthquakes in divers places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another. And many false prophets shall rise, and shall deceive many. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, whoso readeth, let him understand. Then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. Let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. Neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes. And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. But pray ye that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day. For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. Then, if any man shall say unto you, Lo, here is Christ, or there, believe it not. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. Behold, I have told you before. Wherefore, if they shall say unto you, Behold, he is in the desert, go not forth. Behold, he is in the secret chambers, believe it not. For as the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. For wheresoever the carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Now learn a parable of the fig tree. When his branch is yet tender, and putteth forth leaves, ye know that summer is nigh. So likewise ye, when ye shall see all these things, know that it is near, even at the doors. Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. But of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. But as the days of Noe were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. For as in the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, till the day that Noe entered into the ark, and knew not until the flood came and took them all away, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Then shall two be in the field, the one shall be taken, and the other left. Two women shall be grinding at the mill, the one shall be taken, and the other left. Watch therefore, for ye know not what hour your Lord doth come. But know this, that if the goodman of the house had known at what watch the thief would come, he would have watched and would not have suffered his house to be broken up. Therefore, be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not, the Son of Man cometh. Who then is a faithful and wise servant, whom his Lord hath made ruler over his household, to give them meat in due season? Blessed is that servant, whom his Lord, when he cometh, shall find so doing. Verily I say unto you, that he shall make him ruler over all his goods. But and if that evil servant shall say in his heart, My Lord delayeth his coming, and shall begin to smite his fellow servants, and to eat and drink with the drunken, the Lord of that servant shall come in a day when he looketh not for him, and in an hour that he is not aware of, and shall cut him asunder, and appoint him his portion with the hypocrites. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 25. Then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto 10 virgins, which took their lamps, and went forth to meet the bridegroom. And 5 of them were wise, and 5 were foolish. They that were foolish took their lamps, and took no oil with them, but the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. While the bridegroom tarried, they all slumbered and slept. And at midnight there was a cry made, Behold, the bridegroom cometh, go ye out to meet him. Then all those virgins arose and trimmed their lamps. And the foolish said unto the wise, Give us of your oil, for our lamps are gone out. But the wise answered, saying, Not so, lest there be not enough for us and you. But go ye rather to them that sell, and buy for yourselves. And while they went to buy, the bridegroom came, and they that were ready went in with him to the marriage, and the door was shut. Afterward came also the other virgins, saying, Lord, Lord, open to us. But he answered and said, Verily I say unto you, I know you not. Watch therefore, for ye know neither the day nor the hour wherein the Son of Man cometh. For the kingdom of heaven is as a man traveling into a far country, who called his own servants, and delivered unto them his goods. And unto one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, and to another 1, to every man according to his several ability, and straightway took his journey. Then he that had received the 5 talents went and traded with the same, and made them other 5 talents. And likewise he that had received 2, he also gained other 2. But he that had received 1 went and digged in the earth, and hid his Lord's money. After a long time the Lord of those servants cometh, and reckoneth with them. And so he that had received 5 talents came and brought other 5 talents, saying, Lord, thou deliveredst unto me 5 talents. Behold, I have gained beside them 5 talents more. His Lord said unto him, Well done, thou good and faithful servant. Thou hast been faithful over a few things, I will make thee ruler over many things. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord. He also that had received 2 talents came and said, Lord, thou deliveredst unto me 2 talents. Behold, I have gained 2 other talents beside them. His Lord said unto him, Well done, good and faithful servant. Thou hast been faithful over a few things, I will make thee ruler over many things. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord. Then he which had received the 1 talent came and said, Lord, I knew thee that thou art an hard man, reaping where thou hast not sown, and gathering where thou hast not strawed. And I was afraid, and went and hid thy talent in the earth. Lo, there thou hast that is thine. His Lord answered and said unto him, Thou wicked and slothful servant, thou knewest that I reap where I sowed not, and gather where I have not strawed. Thou oughtest therefore to have put my money to the exchangers, and then at my coming I should have received mine own with usury. Take therefore the talent from him, and give it unto him which hath 10 talents. For unto every one that hath shall be given, and he shall have abundance. But from him that hath not shall be taken away even that which he hath. And cast ye the unprofitable servant into outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him. Then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory, and before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats. And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. Then shall the king say unto them on his right hand, Come, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me in. Naked, and ye clothed me. I was sick, and ye visited me. I was in prison, and ye came unto me. Then shall the righteous answer him, saying, Lord, when saw we thee an hungry, and fed thee, or thirsty, and gave thee drink? When saw we thee a stranger, and took thee in, or naked, and clothed thee? Or when saw we thee sick, or in prison, and came unto thee? And the king shall answer and say unto them, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me. Then shall he say also unto them on the left hand, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was an hungry, and ye gave me no meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me no drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me not in. Naked, and ye clothed me not. Sick, and in prison, and ye visited me not. Then shall they also answer him, saying, Lord, when saw we thee an hungry, or athirst, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister unto thee? Then shall he answer them, saying, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not to me. And these shall go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into life eternal. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 26. And it came to pass, when Jesus had finished all these sayings, he said unto his disciples, Ye know that after 2 days is the feast of the Passover, and the Son of Man is betrayed to be crucified. Then assembled together the chief priests and the scribes and the elders of the people unto the palace of the high priest, who was called Caiaphas, and consulted that they might take Jesus by subtlety and kill him. But they said, Not on the feast day, lest there be an uproar among the people. And when Jesus was in Bethany, in the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head as he sat at meat. But when his disciples saw it, they had indignation, saying, To what purpose is this waste? For this ointment might have been sold for much, and given to the poor. When Jesus understood it, he said unto them, Why trouble ye the woman? For she hath wrought a good work upon me. For ye have the poor always with you, but me ye have not always. For in that she hath poured this ointment on my body, she did it for my burial. Verily I say unto you, wheresoever this gospel shall be preached in the whole world, there shall also this, that this woman hath done, be told for a memorial of her. Then one of the 12, called Judas Iscariot, went unto the chief priests, and said unto them, What will ye give me, and I will deliver him unto you? And they covenanted with him for 30 pieces of silver. And from that time he sought opportunity to betray him. Now the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, the disciples came to Jesus, saying unto him, Where wilt thou that we prepare for thee to eat the Passover? And he said, Go into the city to such a man, and say unto him, The Master saith, My time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at thy house with my disciples. And the disciples did as Jesus had appointed them, and they made ready the Passover. Now when the even was come, he sat down with the 12. And as they did eat, he said, Verily I say unto you, that one of you shall betray say unto him, Lord, is it I? And he answered and said, He that dippeth his hand with me in the dish, the same shall betray me. The Son of Man goeth, as it is written of him. But woe unto that man, by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It had been good for that man, if he had not been born. Then Judas, which betrayed him, answered and said, Master, is it I? He said unto him, Thou hast said. And as they were eating, Jesus took bread and blessed it, and brake it, and gave it to the disciples, and said, Take, eat, this is my body. And he took the cup, and gave thanks, and gave it to them, saying, Drink ye all of it. For this is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many, for the remission of sins. But I say unto you, I will not drink henceforth of this fruit of the vine, until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom. And when they had sung an hymn, they went out into the Mount of Olives. Then saith Jesus unto them, All ye shall be offended because of me this night. For it is written, I will smite the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock shall be scattered abroad. But after I am risen again, I will go before you into Galilee. Peter answered and said unto him, Though all men shall be offended because of thee, yet will I never be offended. Jesus said unto him, Verily I say unto thee, that this night, before the cock crow, thou shalt deny me thrice. Peter said unto him, Though I should die with thee, yet will I not deny thee. Likewise also said all the disciples. Then cometh Jesus with them unto a place called Gethsemane, and saith unto the disciples, Sit ye here, while I go and pray yonder. And he took with him Peter and the two sons of Zebedee, and began to be sorrowful and very heavy. Then saith he unto them, My soul is exceeding sorrowful, even unto death. Tarry ye here, and watch with me. And he went a little further, and fell on his face and prayed, saying, O my Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as thou wilt. And he cometh unto the disciples, and findeth them asleep, and saith unto Peter, What? Could ye not watch with me 1 hour? Watch and pray, that ye enter not into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. He went away again the second time and prayed, saying, O my Father, if this cup be not pass away from me, except I drink it, thy will be done. And he came and found them asleep again, for their eyes were heavy. And he left them and went away again and prayed the third time, saying the same words. Then cometh he to his disciples, and saith unto them, Sleep on now, and take your rest. Behold, the hour is at hand, and the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. Rise, let us be going. Behold, he is at hand, that doth betray me. And while he yet spake, lo, Judas, one of the 12, came, and with him a great multitude, with swords and staves, from the chief priests and elders of the people. Now he that betrayed him gave them a sign, saying, Whomsoever I shall kiss, that same is he, hold him fast. And forthwith he came to Jesus and said, Hail, Master, and kissed him. And Jesus said unto him, Friend, wherefore art thou come? Then came they and laid hands on Jesus and took him. And behold, one of them which were with Jesus stretched out his hand and drew his sword and struck a servant of the high priests and smote off his ear. Then said Jesus unto him, Put up again thy sword into his place, for all they that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Thinkest thou that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he shall presently give me more than 12 legions of angels? But how then shall the scriptures be fulfilled, that thus it must be? In that same hour said Jesus to the multitudes, Are ye come out as against a thief with swords and staves for to take me? I sat daily with you teaching in the temple, and ye laid no hold on me. But all this was done, that the scriptures of the prophets might be fulfilled. Then all the disciples forsook him and fled. And they that had laid hold on Jesus led him away to Caiaphas the high priest, where the scribes and the elders were assembled. But Peter followed him afar off unto the high priest's palace, and went in and sat with the servants to see the end. Now the chief priests and elders and all the council sought false witness against Jesus to put him to death, but found none. Yea, though many false witnesses came, yet found they none. At the last came 2 false witnesses, and said, This fellow said, I am able to destroy the temple of God, and to build it in 3 days. And the high priest arose and said unto him, Answerest thou nothing? What is it which these witness against thee? But Jesus held his peace. And the high priest answered and said unto him, I adjure thee by the living God that thou tell us whether thou be the Christ, the Son of God. Jesus saith unto him, Thou hast said. Nevertheless, I say unto you, hereafter shall ye see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of power, and coming in the clouds of heaven. Then the high priest rent his clothes, saying, He hath spoken blasphemy. What further need have we of witnesses? Behold, now ye have heard his blasphemy. What think ye? They answered and said, He is guilty of death. Then did they spit in his face and buffeted him, and others smote him with the palms of their hands, saying, Prophesy unto us, thou Christ. Who is he that smote thee? Now Peter sat without in the palace, and a damsel came unto him, saying, Thou also wast with Jesus of Galilee. But he denied before them all, saying, I know not what thou sayest. And when he was gone out into the porch, another maid saw him, and said unto them that were there, This fellow was also with Jesus of Nazareth. And again he denied with an oath, I do not know the man. And after a while came unto him they that stood by, and said to Peter, Surely thou also art one of them, for thy speech bewrayeth thee. Then began he to curse and to swear, saying, I know not the man. And immediately the cock crew. And Peter remembered the word of Jesus, which said unto him, Before the cock crow, thou shalt deny me thrice. And he went out and wept bitterly. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 27. When the morning was come, all the chief priests and elders of the people took counsel against Jesus to put him to death. And when they had bound him, they led him away and delivered him to Pontius Pilate the governor. Then Judas, which had betrayed him, when he saw that he was condemned, repented himself, and brought again the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and elders, saying, I have sinned, in that I have betrayed the innocent blood. And they said, What is that to us? See thou to that. And he cast down the pieces of silver in the temple, and departed, and went, and hanged himself. And the chief priests took the silver pieces, and said, It is not lawful for to put them into the treasury, because it is the price of blood. And they took counsel, and bought with them the potter's field, to bury strangers in. Wherefore that field was called the field of blood unto this day. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremy the prophet, saying, And they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of him that was valued, whom they of the children of Israel did value, and gave them for the potter's field, as the Lord appointed me. And Jesus stood before the governor, and the governor asked him, saying, Art thou the King of the Jews? And Jesus said unto him, Thou sayest. And when he was accused of the chief priests and elders, he answered nothing. Then said Pilate unto him, Hearest thou not how many things they witness against thee? And he answered him to never a word, insomuch that the governor marveled greatly. ye that I release unto you? Barabbas or Jesus, which is called Christ? For he knew that for envy they had delivered him. When he was set down on the judgment seat, his wife sent unto him, saying, Have thou nothing to do with that just man? For I have suffered many things this day in a dream because of him. But the chief priests and elders persuaded the multitude that they should ask Barabbas and destroy Jesus. The governor answered and said unto them, Whether of the twain will ye that I release unto you? They said, Barabbas. Pilate saith unto them, What shall I do then with Jesus, which is called Christ? They all say unto him, Let him be crucified. And the governor said, Why? What evil hath he done? But they cried out the more, saying, Let him be crucified. When Pilate saw that he could prevail nothing, but that rather a tumult was made, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just person. See ye to it. Then answered all the people and said, Its blood be on us and on our children. Then released he Barabbas unto them, and when he had scourged Jesus, he delivered him to be crucified. Then the soldiers of the governor took Jesus into the common hall, and gathered unto him the whole band of soldiers. And they stripped him, and put on him a scarlet robe. And when they had platted a crown of thorns, they put it upon his head, and a reed in his right hand. And they bowed the knee before him, and mocked him, saying, Hail, King of the Jews! And they spit upon him, and took the reed, and smote him on the head. And after that they had mocked him, they took the robe off from him, and put his own raiment on him, and led him away to crucify him. And as they came out, they found a man of Cyrene, Simon by name. Him they compelled to bear his cross. And when they were come into a place called Golgotha, that is to say, a place of a skull, they gave him vinegar to drink mingled with gall. And when he had tasted thereof, he would not drink. And they crucified him, and parted his garments, casting lots, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophet. They parted my garments among them, and upon my vesture did they cast lots. And sitting down they watched him there, and set up over his head his accusation written, This is Jesus, the King of the Jews. Then were there two thieves crucified with him, one on the right hand and another on the left. And they that passed by reviled him, wagging their heads, and saying, Thou that destroyest the temple, and buildest it in 3 days, save thyself. If thou be the Son of God, come down from the cross. Likewise also the chief priests, mocking him with the scribes and elders, said, He saved others, himself he cannot save. If he be the King of Israel, let him now come down from the cross, and we will believe him. He trusted in God. Let him deliver him now, if he will have him. For he said, I am the Son of God. The thieves also, which were crucified with him, cast the same in his teeth. Now from the 6th hour there was darkness over all the land unto the 9th hour. And about the 9th hour Jesus cried with a loud voice, saying, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. That is to say, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Some of them that stood there, when they heard that, said, This man calleth for Elias. And straightway one of them ran, and took a sponge, and filled it with vinegar, and put it on a reed, and gave him to drink. The rest said, Let be, let us see whether Elias will come to save him. Jesus, when he had cried again with a loud voice, yielded up the ghost. And behold, the veil of the temple was rent in twain, from the top to the bottom, and the earth did quake, and the rocks rent, and the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints which slept arose, and came out of the graves after its resurrection, and went into the holy city, and appeared unto many. Now when the centurion and they that were with him watching Jesus saw the earthquake and those things that were done, they feared greatly, saying, "Truly, this was the Son of God." And many women were there, beholding afar off, which followed Jesus from Galilee, ministering unto him, among which was Mary Magdalene, and Mary the mother of James and Joseph, and the mother of Zebedee's children. When the even was come, there came a rich man of Arimathea, named Joseph, who also himself was Jesus' disciple. He went to Pilate, and begged the body of Jesus. Then Pilate commanded the body to be delivered. And when Joseph had taken the body, he wrapped it in a clean linen cloth, and laid it in his own new tomb, which he had hewn out in the rock. And he rolled a great stone to the door of the sepulchre, and departed. And there was Mary Magdalene, and the other Mary, sitting over against the sepulchre. Now, the next day, that followed the day of the preparation, the chief priests and Pharisees came together unto Pilate, saying, "Sir, we remember that deceiver said, while he was yet alive, After 3 days I will rise again. Command therefore that the sepulchre be made sure until the 3rd day, lest his disciples come by night and steal him away, and say unto the people, He is risen from the dead. So the last error shall be worse than the first." Pilate said unto them, "Ye have a watch, go your way, make it as sure as ye can." So they went and made the sepulchre sure, sealing the stone and setting a watch. The Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 28. And the end of the Sabbath, as it began to dawn toward the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to see the sepulchre. And behold, there was a great earthquake, for the angel of the Lord descended from heaven, and came and rolled back the stone from the door. For I know that ye seek Jesus, which was crucified. Is not, for he is risen, as he said. Come, see the place where the Lord is, and go and tell his disciples that he is risen. Go before you into Galilee, there shall be The Gospel according to St. Mark, King James Version, read by Justin.Bible. May God bless you with an unquenchable thirst for His holy word. The Gospel according to St. Mark, chapter 1. The beginning of the Gospel of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, as a king of priests, the voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord, make His path straight. John did baptize in the wilderness and preached the baptism of repentance for the remission of sins. And there went out unto him all the land of Judea, and they of Jerusalem, and were all baptized of him in the river of Jordan, confessing their sins. And John was clothed with camel's hair, and with the girdle of a skin about his loins. And he did eat locusts and wild honey, and preached, saying, There cometh one mightier than I after me, the latchet of whose shoes I am not worthy to stoop down and unloose. I indeed have baptized you with water, but he shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost. And it came to pass in those days that Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee, and was baptized of John in Jordan. And straightway coming up out of the water, he saw the heavens opened, and the Spirit like a dove. Preaching the gospel of the kingdom of God and saying, the time is fulfilled and the kingdom of God is at hand. Repent ye and believe the gospel. Now as we walk
Shoot that son of a bitch in the back!
Straightway on the let us alone. What have we to do with thee, thou art thou come to destroy us? Thou art holy God. Jesus will be
things which Moses commanded for a testimony to them. And he rise and began to publish it much, and to praise abroad the matter, insomuch that Jesus could no more openly enter into the city, but was without desert places, and they came to him from every quarter. The Gospel according to St. Mark, chapter 2. And when he entered into Capernaum, some days, and there was noise that he was in the house, and straightway knew Jesus was in the house, so much that there was no room to receive him. And he asked him to shut the door. Which was born of Herod. Who can forgive sins? But God only. And immediately when Jesus perceived in his spirit that they so take up thy bed and walk. But that ye may know that the Son of Man hath power on earth to forgive sins. He saith to the sick of the palsy, I say unto thee, arise, and take up thy bed, and go thy way into thine house. And immediately he arose, took up the bed, and went forth before them all, insomuch that they were all amazed, and glorified God, saying, We never saw it on this fashion. And he went forth again by the seaside, and all the multitude was ordered unto him, and he taught them. And as he passed by, he saw Levi the son of Alphaeus sitting at the receipt of custom, and said unto him, Follow me. And he arose and followed him. And it came to pass that as Jesus sat at meat in his house, many publicans and sinners sat also together with Jesus and his disciples, for there were many, and they followed him. And when the scribes and Pharisees saw him eat with publicans and sinners, they said to his disciples, How is it that he eateth and drinketh with publicans and sinners? And Jesus heard him, and saith unto them, They that are whole have no need of the physician, but they that are sick. I came not to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. And the disciples of John, that the Pharisees used to fast, and they come and say unto them, Why do the disciples of John and the Pharisees fast, but thy disciples fast not? And Jesus said unto them, with me, scribes which came down from Jerusalem said,
Get up, we gotta go!
Let's get out! Let's get out!
And he said unto them, unto all these things, to know that he is done, and unto them that are without, all these things are done in parables, that seeing them you see, not perceiving, and yet in the very day they may be, and knowledge, that at any time they should be converted, and their such parables spake he the word unto them, as they were able to hear it. And without a parable spake he not unto them. And when they were alone, he expounded those things to his disciples. And the same day, when the even was come, he saith unto them, Let us pass over into the other side. And when they had sent away the multitude, they took him, even as he was in the ship. And there were also with him other little ships. And there arose a great storm of wind, and the waves beat into the ship, so that it was now full. And he was in the hinder part of the ship, asleep on a pillow. And they awake him, and say unto him, Master, carest thou not that we perish? And he arose, and rebuked the wind, and said unto the sea, Peace, be still. And the wind ceased, and there was a great calm.
Everyone ready
And
for
he
this
said
shit?
unto them, Why are ye so fearful? Ye have no faith. And they feared exceedingly, and said one to another, What manner of man is this, that even the wind and the sea obey him? The Gospel according to St. Mark, chapter 5. And they came over to the other side of the suffered him not, but said unto him, Go home to thy friends, and tell them how great things the Lord hath done for thee, and hath had compassion on thee.
Let's go.
And he departed,
Almost
and
back to
began
the
to
boat.
publish in the capitals how great things Jesus
Why don't we
had
turn
done
on
for
Burger
him.
Tank side?
And all
Virgil
men
might
did
see it.
marvel. And when Jesus was passed over again by ship unto the other side, much people gathered unto him, and he was nigh unto the sea. And behold, there cometh one of the rulers of the synagogue, Jairus by name. And when he saw him, he fell at his feet, and besought him greatly, saying, My little daughter lieth at the point of death. I pray thee, come and lay thy hands on her, that she may be healed, and she shall live. And Jesus went with him, and much people followed him, and thronged him. And a certain woman, which had an issue of blood 12 years, had suffered and spent all that she had, there was nothing better, rather than worse. When she had heard of Jesus, came the rest behind, and left all synagogue, be not afraid, only believe. And he suffered no man to follow him, save Peter and James and John the brother of James. And he cometh to the house of the ruler of the synagogue, and seeth the tumult, and them that wept and wailed greatly. And when he was come in, he saith unto them, Why make ye this ado, and weep? The damsel is not dead, but sleepeth. And they laughed him to scorn. But when he had put them all out, he taketh the father and the mother of the damsel, and them that were with him, and entereth in where the damsel was lying. And he took the damsel by the hand, and said unto her,
질문 필요 없습니다. 경기 시작하겠습니다. 함께 보시죠.
오늘 소개해드릴 경기는 2007 신한은행 프로리그 후기리그 공군 에이스의 임요한 선수와 MBC 게임 히어로의 민창기 선수의 경기입니다. 임요한 선수는 프링글스 MS의 시즌2 8강 진출 후 기권, 그리고 2006 시즌을 3승 3패로 마무리하며 2006년 10월 공군에 입대하게 됩니다. 그렇게 공군에서 맞이하게 된 2007 시즌 정기리그에서는 막판에 7연패에 빠지며 6승 11패로 마무리했지만 후기리그에서는 마지막까지 5할 본능을 보여주며 10승 10패를 기록하던 중 시즌 마지막 경기인 MBC와의 경기에서 2세트에 출전하여 민창기 선수를 만나게 됩니다. 2006년 MBC 게임 히어로에 입단한 민창기 선수는 2007 시즌 정기리그에서 데뷔 상대인 구성훈에게 승리한 뒤부터 출전 기회를 얻기 시작, 후기리그까지 4승 5패라는 신인치고는 나쁘지 않은 성적을 기록하던 중 시즌 마지막 경기인 공군과의 경기에서 2세트에 출전하여 임요한 선수를 만나게 됩니다. 두 선수의 경기 함께 보시죠.
이 세트 경기 블루스톰에서 시작됐습니다. 7시 임요한 선수의 진영이 확인되고 있죠. 자, 임요한 선수는 7시 그리고 1시 빨간색 테란이 민창기 선수입니다.
50%의 성적의 기준을 잡고
또 이겨주는 거예요? 하루에 2승하는 거.
예, 그렇습니다. 또 이 임요한다운 그런 전략들을 최근에 많이 보여줬었거든요.
예.
패배를 하더라도 좀 색다른 그런 경기들을 보여주면서 패배를 했지 않습니까?
예.
자, 조금 나와서 패럭스를 건설하고 있는 임요한 선수고요.
상황이죠. 예전에 구성훈 선수와 경기를 했을 때 위치상으로 좀 달랐지만
예.
그때는 12시 앞마당 쪽에 앞쪽에다가 이런 식으로 건물을 지었었고 지금은 아래쪽에 걸렸기 때문에 6시 쪽에다가 저런 식으로 베럭스와 팩토리를 올리는 겁니다.
네, 없다 보니까 민창기 선수 지금
네.
머리를 찍고 있죠.
예.
그렇습니다.
자,
예.
일꾼 가스 관리하고 있어요.
네.
예.
자, 팩토리까지.
또 베럭스가 보이지 않는 것이 큰 상관이 없을 수도 있겠지만
네.
혹시라도
그렇죠. 임요한은 머리는 생략하고 바로 팩토리입니다.
예,
조금 빨라요.
예, 그런 기미 보이지 않으니까
투팩.
SCV가 지금 추가적으로 정찰을 나갔어요. 민찬기 선수.
예.
찜찜한 거예요.
예.
이 민찬기 선수는 머리를
막는 모습이죠.
네. 자, 건물을 전진했습니다.
좋은 판단인 것 같습니다.
네, 발견했어요. 민찬기 선수.
자, 내려가서 투팩 봤죠.
예.
팩토리 숫자를 보고 이거 맞길 잘했다라는 생각을 했을 겁니다.
네.
좀 잡아주고요. 깊숙하게 들어갈 수는 없어요, 지금요.
결국 임요한 선수가 노리는 것은 상대방의 어떤 그 상대방의 앞마당 쪽을 뚫고 오지 못하도록 원팩 원스타가 되면은 상대방의 탱크를 뽑았을 경우
상대방보다 오히려 먼저 해주면서 그 머신 잡으시면서 그 자원 남는 것 있지 않습니까? 그 자원을 코멘트에서 짓고 무리한 공격이 아니라 겉보기에는 무리한 공격을 할 것도 같은데
야, 참 임요한 선수 경기 이상하게 풀어가는 게 이제 상대방 선수가 생각하기에 이상하게 풀어가는 게 여기까지만 딱 보면은 전진 팩토리까지 딱 보고 그다음에 애돈 모두 달리고 이런 모습 보면은 이거는 조이기구나. 100% 생각하거든요. 조이기가 아니에요.
그렇죠.
조이기가 아닙니다. 그냥 멀티하고 뒤에다가 스타포트 미리 지어놨습니다.
네, 신경 쓰게 해놓고 자신 확장 가져가고 있고 스타포트 애동까지 달았어요.
진짜 상대방 머리 아프게 합니다. 이
확장 완성.
아니 이게
시켰습니다.
뭐야? 라는 생각 할 겁니다.
예. 들어와 보면은 이거 내가 완전히 속았네라는 그런 생각 할 수 있겠죠. 물론 민찬기 선수도 앞마당을 하고 있기는 한데 멀티 타이밍 자체가 지금은 레이스가
달렸어요.
진짜
야, 이게 뭔가 싶을 겁니다.
홈런을 맞아도 진짜 2연타 맞은 겁니다.
그렇죠. 잡히니까 오히려 작전을 해보시는 거 잡혔어요.
예. 상대방에게 원팩 원스타를 강요해놓고 그 다음에 자신은 체제상으로 레이스의 클로킹까지
그럴 리가 없겠지만요.
예. 상대방의 조이기 의도를 보고
공중병력을 뽑아내고 있죠.
네. 상대방의 체제를 완벽하게 이렇게 파악을 하고 투스타까지 봤죠 지금.
네. 자, 오른쪽으로 돌아가고 있는
예.
민찬기.
그러니까 크로킹 레이스에 대한 대응만 적절하게 이루어진다면
뒷목에서
잡혔어요.
봤어요.
예.
자, 꺾어주시면
예.
당할 수가 없죠.
민찬기 선수가 이 경기를 잡아낼 가능성이 없지는 않습니다만은 지금 가위바위보 싸움에서 이묘한 선수가 민찬기 선수를 앞서고 있는 상황이에요. 예.
병력 지금 이제 스캔 달리고 있거든요.
예, 또 문제는 좋은 위치를 임요한 선수가 적은 병력으로도 제압을 하고 있고 공중에서 또 레이스에서
예.
승리를 거두고 있다는 게 문제예요.
난감하네요.
갑니다. 마인 공사까지 끝이 났어요.
예, 리페어 해가면서 결국 스캔으로 쫓아내보지만 레이스 숫자를 줄일 수는 없거든요.
자, 베럭스까지 공격하고 있습니다. 임요한. 자, 빈틈을 찾아서 계속해서 노리고 있죠.
예, 이 베럭스도 지금 중요한 역할입니다.
예, 시야와 레이스가 해주고 템트먼트 잡고 있어요.
자,
임요한.
야, 이런 식으로 앞바닥 쪽 장악하고 6시 또 확장 들어가는 것 같고요.
예.
두드리면서 내려오는 그런 세레머니를 보여준 적이 있는데
민찬기 선수 테란전
잘렸어요. 제대로 말렸습니다.
해볼 수가 없죠. 아쉬운 표정 나오고 있죠.
그렇죠. 예, 후기 리그 때 테란전 2패만을 기록하는 민찬기라고는 하나 이렇게 아무런 힘도 발휘하지 못하고 밀릴 만한 선수는 아니거든요.
그렇죠. 자, 최근 경기에서 능력을 인정받은 민찬기 선수입니다. 임요한 선수에게 지금 계속해서 당하고만 있어요. 자, 임요한 아래쪽 확장 기지까지 장악한 상태. 뭐 자원 채취하는 데 문제가 생기죠.
민찬기 어떻게 풀어가야 될지 모르는 거죠.
네.
좀 떠오르는 신예를 제압할 수 없다면은 아이디어로 승부하라는 겁니다. 머리를
그렇죠.
쓰라는 거죠.
네.
이 맵에서 충분히 이 블루스톰이 무조건 반땅 먹고 싸우는 싸움만 나오라고 2인용 맵이 아닙니다.
네.
이런 식으로 자신의 어떤 포지션을 활용한 팩토리 포지션을 활용한 전체적인 아주 진짜 거대한 페이크 이런 것들을 제대로 넣을 수 있는 선수는 현재까지 임요한 선수밖에는 없어요.
그렇죠. 임요한 선수가 제시한 문제.
네.
이 문제에 해답을 내야지만 이번 경기 승리를 장식할 수가 있는 민찬기 선수예요.
네, 또 가장 괴로웠던 것이 저 레이스였던 것 같습니다. 차라리 팩토리를 늘려서 좀 더 많은 숫자의 탱크로 밀어붙였다면은 저 앞마당 쪽 공략이 쉽지 않았었을 것도 같아요.
네.
그래서 레이스 때문에 공략을 어쩔 수 없이 뽑았는데 하필이면 그때 좋은 위치로 확 잡아버립니다.
언덕까지 잘하고 있는 임요한 선수.
체제상으로 이길 수 없습니다. 아까 민찬기 선수의 표정에서도 나왔죠. 팩토리를 전진시켜서 지어놓고 조이기를 안 한다라는 거. 이게 얼마나 조금 이율배반적인 그런 문법이겠습니까? 그래서 임요한 선수의 경기 능력이 정말 대단한 것이 거기까지 생각하고 온다라는 거죠.
그렇죠.
전진해서 팩토리를 지어놓고 마치 밥상을 아주 진짜 진수성찬으로 차려놓고 자신은 밥을 굶는다, 당장 밥을 먹지 않는다라는 것처럼 되게 조금 이율배반적인 그 경기 운영을 준비해서 상대방을 당혹시킵니다.
네.
이거 마지막 뚫기거든요, 거의.
가서 뚫으려고 시도했는데 뚫리지 않았어요, 임요한
예.
선수. 추가 병력 쭉쭉 올라갑니다.
네, 상대가 제발 공격을 와주기만 바랬었던 당연히 와야만 하는 상황이었던 상태였었는데 배신을 당한 거예요.
그렇죠. 마그넷을 갖춰놓고 있었는데 임요한은 들어오질 않았어요. 확장이었죠. 자, 쭉쭉 밀고 올라갑니다. 전진 라인을 걷어냈지만 자, 추가되는 병력이 더 무서운 임요한 선수.
네.
뚫어 병력 이끌고 한번 내려가 보는데 자신의 앞마당이 파괴가 됩니다.
앞마당 코멘트 센터까지 파괴. 이제 팩토리가 또 늘어날 대로 늘어났기 때문에 사실 소수 병력으로 밀고 나와 보지만 이것은 경기의 어떤 그 대세를 바꿀 수 있을 만한 그 상황은 아니에요.
네. 자, 자리 잡고 계속해서 지금 응원해주고 계신 분도 보이고요.
네, 동물 12 오늘 경기 승리한다고 해서 자리를 옮긴다고는 할 수는 없지만 이런 즐거운 재밌는 경기를 보여주면서 역시 동물이라는 소리를 또 들을 것 같습니다.
그렇죠. 가능성을 제시해야 되는데 제재 경기 끝났습니다. 임요한 선수. 초반부터 중반 후반까지 경기를 완벽하게 지배했어요.
승진을 하지 않고 오히려 그 다음 수를 먼저 쓰는 이 임요한 선수의 준비된 경기 운영. 야, 진짜 정말 이런 얘기 참 많이 들으셔서 많이 식상하시겠습니다만은 이런 경기는 임요한이기 때문에 계획하고 임요한이기 때문에 성공시키는 그런 경기 운영.
There's almost nothing you can think of that nobody hates. Nothing's safe, even the color blue. It's especially the popular stuff, which is ironic given the fact that in order for something to be popular, some people have to like it. You know, the opposite of hate, but people like to Consoles that aren't affordable to collect for. That's kind of a bummer. I remember when some of these consoles were brand new, and if you wanted a game for them then, you could just wait a while and eventually the price of the game would go down. Well, whoops-a-daisy, we waited 20 years too long. That's unfortunate, but which consoles exactly are we talking about being unaffordable? Okay, I'm not seeing a lot of wiggle room here. Also, what does unaffordable even mean? It could mean something different for each person, but for the sake of this video, let's just say it's when the price of a game is higher than most people care to spend on it. A description that could certainly apply to a lot of games. Of course, just because we call something unaffordable doesn't mean we won't spend money on it. We love video games, and for some people, what we really can't afford is to not have some of these games in our lives. Something that I've noticed people really like to say when it comes to games having gone up in price are things like, I sure am glad I bought this game years ago when it was much cheaper. Yeah, we're all very happy for you, with perhaps some people less happy than others, but that doesn't help the people who are trying to buy the game now. Remember, as much as it might seem like it at times, not everybody tried to collect everything they wanted right when they started. Some people are finally getting around to certain games. Plus, not everyone started collecting years ago. It's a popular hobby that people are constantly getting into. And if you're like me, wanting the younger folks to care about these older games so that gaming's legacy can live on, then what's their excuse? Yeah, you should have bought this game when you were still a fetus. Get your act together, bozo. Okay, so I'd say we could use some optimism right about now. So here's where I'll point out that luckily, there are still ways to play most of these games, even if you don't want to collect them. And even if you still want to play on the original hardware as well. Yeah, it may not exactly scratch that collecting itch, but there's always something else that can. Check this out. I never miss a chance to let you all ooh and ah over my bread bag clip collection. What can I say? I'm a connoisseur. But when it comes to game consoles you can name your price for, surprisingly the Sega Saturn has its bases covered. One of the primary candidates when it comes to unaffordable consoles. With a little know-how, there's ways to play games on the Saturn without actually using the original discs. Might sound like a hassle, but after you look at the prices of Saturn games, it may not seem like such a hassle anymore. Although, let me be clear, that's more so just a workaround than an argument for the Saturn being affordable. I just feel it's important that we establish the context that collecting original copies isn't the only way to play these games. In most cases, collecting original copies is just the only way to collect original copies. What's unfortunate about the Saturn is that it really could have benefited from being more popular back in the day. If only Segata Sanshiro, part of Japan's marketing campaign, had come to other parts of the world to carry out his mission of beating up kids until they bought a Saturn. Yeah, it's a little aggressive, but I'd still say it falls into get on my lawn territory. The Saturn also highlights another one of the big reasons why consoles are often unaffordable. Everybody more or less wants the same games. Why? Well, because those are the best games for the console, that's why. If your idea of the dream team for Saturn is Striker 96, Blackfire, and Quarterback Club, good news, the Saturn just became much more affordable. Although, funny enough, even the games people would call the bottom feeders of the Saturn's library will still cost you something, and I've got a sneaking suspicion as to why. It's these dang fragile cases. Sure, there's been options to purchase brand new aftermarket ones, but people go after the original games for their cases. Heck, I'd say for some games the case they're in is more valuable than the game itself. And from my experience, it's hard to find cases without at least some sort of damage, which, yeah, I know they're fragile, but was it really that hard for people to have taken better care of them? But hey, why do this with your games when you can do this instead? One last thing I'd like to mention for Saturn games is that the whole should have bought it back in the day when it was easier wasn't always as straightforward as it was for other consoles. Because the Saturn wasn't super popular back then, say for Japan, finding some games even at release could prove to be challenging. And not because the games were sold out due to overwhelming demand, oh no. Sometimes somebody's closest game store wasn't even carrying a single copy of that game. When some games are released nowadays, they're using half the copies as toilet paper, they have so many of them. You'll hear stories for some of the more rare games where people literally had to drive to a different town just to find a store that even had a copy of the game. And speaking of games that have pretty much always been a hassle to buy, let's talk about the Neo Geo. Some of the prices for Neo Geo games now almost seem like a joke you can't believe. But you might be thinking, wait, was the Neo Geo ever affordable? Well, relative to the price it was released for, I'd say there were some small pockets of opportunity to collect for it much cheaper, and especially depending what exactly you were trying to collect. But for the most part, yeah, it was expensive then and expensive now, with very limited windows of opportunity to get the games for cheap. What's kind of unique about the Neo Geo is that the product that was released to the public back in the day, called the AES, is usually way harder to track down games for than the actual arcade cartridges used in arcade cabinets back in the day, which you're looking at right here. And no, these aren't oversized VHS tapes. They were supposed to just be for arcades, which were pretty widespread back in the day, but once most arcades bit the dust, these cartridges would find their way into new hands. But whose hands? The hands of grifters, drifters, and thrifters? Nah, I'd say for the most part they ended up in the hands of people who love the Neo Geo. You rarely see Neo Geo games being sold by anybody other than somebody who knows exactly what they have, and often fans of the Neo Geo themselves. For a long time, MVS games were relatively affordable compared to AES cartridges, but once the word got out and demand made its way to that spectrum, yeah, the prices started going up on those as well. In my opinion though, what really creates a barrier to entry for collecting for the Neo Geo is that the hardware itself is expensive, especially compared to other consoles. I mean, you can say that the price of a game like Xenogears sucks, but at least you can get a PS1 console for a relatively small chunk of change. But with the Neo Geo, you're looking at original arcade hardware that was expensive to begin with, and that hasn't changed with time. Luckily, there's a ton of different ways to play Neo Geo games without original hardware. And heck, some people who even do have original hardware just get one of these multi-carts and say, screw it, I'm done. Okay, but now let's talk about some consoles where there were definitely opportunities to get the games for cheaper, assuming you'd already been even born at the time, don't forget the young people, Nintendo consoles, and specifically the Super Nintendo and GameCube. That's right, if there's one thing collectors should have learned by now, it's that consoles designed with purple become collectible. For Super Nintendo, there was a long period of time where you could get the games for cheap in the years shortly after its lifespan. This is when playing older games wasn't nearly as popular as it is now, and most people weren't thinking about the possibility of them becoming desirable down the road. It wasn't considered cool old stuff, it was just considered old, the type of distinction I'm prepared to battle myself later on in life once I'm a geezer. So you tend to hear lots of stories from the late 90s, early 2000s, heck even more recent than that, about people finding games for next to nothing. But again, these stories of people's former glories don't do us much good now, do they? What's kind of a bummer in my mind is that it actually looked like Super Nintendo prices were going down a bit at one point, right after the Super Nintendo Classic came out. Pretty straightforward theory behind that one. People felt like that mini console gave them enough of a Super Nintendo experience, and perhaps that life seemed simpler with just this instead. Some people might argue against that, saying that it just brought more attention to the console and increased the demand for people wanting to collect the original games, to which I'd say, sure, that's a possibility. Meanwhile, the GameCube is your classic loser redemption story. Not liked as much back then, much more popular now. I almost don't feel bad that the prices got high on this one. I mean, yeah, ultimately I do wish the prices were lower, but a part of me thinks, hey, nobody listened to me back in the day when I tried to say it's a good console. And by nobody listened to me, I mean the two people that I tried to persuade. Hey, I did my part. While most of the consoles that aren't affordable these days are often consoles that didn't have much exposure at the time of release, people certainly knew what the GameCube was, they just ignored it, kind of like what happened to me in high school. But whatever the reason is for a console no longer being affordable, or perhaps that never were, the fact remains we sure wish it was more affordable now. A lot of them are consoles people didn't give much of a chance back when they were current. Yeah, if you're trying to collect for anything even remotely obscure, it's probably pricey. But if you'll allow me to try for some positivity, sometimes when something isn't affordable, it can provide clarity. For years I debated whether or not I wanted Little Samson. Now I don't. It's out of reach, and in a way it's kind of nice to just not worry about it. You think I've ever stressed over buying a magnetic floating bed? I mean, at least I can always play Little Samson if I want to. Somebody left a comment on one of my videos recently that I thought was some great advice. Whenever a game's price is bumming you out, look for an alternative game that is sort of similar but far cheaper. May not always be a possibility, but a lot of times it is. There are a lot of games out there, and sometimes by similar, I mean the exact same game. I was looking to get Time Splitters 2 and realized the Xbox version is much cheaper than the GameCube version people like to go after, and I think the controller is better for it anyways. But with that said, and for the sake of trying to put a positive spin on kind of a negative topic, for this video's question, I want to ask you to list a game where the price was out of reach.
Alatha Kumai, which is being interpreted, Damsel, I say unto thee, arise. And straightway the damsel arose and walked, for she was of the age of 12 years. And they were astonished with a great astonishment. And he charged them straitly that no man should know it, and commanded that something should be given her to eat. The Gospel according to St. Mark, chapter 6. And he went out from thence, and came into his own country, and his disciples followed him. And when the Sabbath day was come, he began to teach in the synagogue, and many hearing him were astonished, saying, From whence hath this man these things? And what wisdom is this which is given unto him, that even such mighty works are wrought by his hands? Is not this the carpenter, the son of Mary, the brother of James and Joseph, and of Judah and Simon? And are not his sisters here with us? And they were offended at him. But Jesus said unto them, A prophet is not without honor, but in his own country, and among his own kin, and in his own house. And he could there do no mighty work, save that he laid his hands upon a few sick folk and healed them. And he marveled because of their unbelief, and he went round about the villages teaching. And he called unto him the 12, and began to send them forth by 2 and 2, and gave them power over unclean spirits, and commanded them that they should take nothing for their journey, save a staff only, no scrip, no bread, no money in their purse, but be shod with sandals, and not put on 2 coats. And he said unto them, In what place soever ye enter into an house, there abide till ye depart from that place. And whosoever shall not receive you, nor hear you, when ye depart thence, shake off the dust under your feet, for a testimony against them. Verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city. And they went out and preached that men should repent. And they cast out many devils, and anointed with oil many that were sick, and healed them. And King Herod heard of him, for his name was spread abroad. And he said that John the Baptist was risen from the dead, and therefore mighty works do show forth themselves in him. Others said that it is Elias, and others said that it is a prophet, or as one of the prophets. But when Herod heard thereof, he said, It is John whom I beheaded. He is risen from the dead. For Herod himself had sent forth and laid hold upon John, and bound him in prison for Herodias' sake, his brother Philip's wife, for he had married her. For John had said unto Herod, It is not lawful for thee to have thy brother's wife. Therefore Herodias had a quarrel against him, and would have killed him, but she could not. For Herod feared John, knowing that he was a just man, and an holy, and observed him. And when he heard him, he did many things, and heard him gladly. And when a convenient day was come, that Herod on his birthday made a supper to his lords, high captains, and chief estates of Galilee. And when the daughter of the said Herodias came in and danced, and pleased Herod, and them that sat with him, the king said unto the damsel, Ask of me whatsoever thou wilt, and I will give it thee. And he sware unto her, Whatsoever thou shalt ask of me, I will give it thee unto the half of my kingdom. And she went forth, and said unto her mother, What shall I ask? And she said, The head of John the Baptist. And she came in straightway with haste unto the king, and asked, saying, I will that thou give me by and by in a charger the head of John the Baptist. And the king was exceeding sorry, yet for his oath's sake, and for their sakes which sat with him, he would not reject her. And immediately the king sent an executioner, and commanded his head to be brought. And he went and beheaded him in the prison, and brought his head in a charger, and gave it to the damsel, and the damsel gave it to her mother. And when his disciples heard of it, they came and took up his corpse, and laid it in a tomb. And the apostles gathered themselves together unto Jesus, and told him all things, both what they had done, and what they had taught. And he said unto them, Come ye yourselves apart into a desert place, and rest a while. For there were many coming and going, and they had no leisure so much as to eat. And they departed into a desert place by ship, privately. And the people saw them departing, and many knew him, and ran afoot thither out of all cities.
결정됩니다.
생각이 달라지네요. 진짜 모르겠네요.
그렇죠.
네.
왜냐하면 여러 데이터나 하지만 그 감동을 장윤철은 대단하다라는 그런 소리를
가져가고 있는 모습에 이 장윤철 선수가 해처리를 타지역에 내시적에 펴고 있는
이제부터 중요한 시기라고 볼 수 있는 거죠.
네, 장윤철 선수 본진 원하는 타이밍이야 전투로서 한번 승부를 보겠다는 생각입니다.
자,
그런 부분들이 있어야만 합니다. 장윤철 선수.
아니면 잡히지라도 말아야 됩니다. 잡히지라도 말아야 돼요.
커트 안 됐어요.
자, 저글링. 와, 진짜 저글링 컨트롤 정말 수월하게 나누는 거거든요. 이것까지 제가 또 커트.
커트. 야, 점점 없어. 결정적인 순간에 제일 마지막 세트입니다.
이득을 봐야 되는 때이거든요. 지금은 재빨리 오버로드만 제거한다면은 다크가 들어갈 만한 공간도 있었습니다.
스코지 또 와요. 스코지 하나 더.
한 기 더 잡히는 건. 자, 컨트롤 좋았고요. 야, 그렇지.
워커입니다. 로보틱스 올라가나 모르겠네요.
일단 타용 선수 힘이거든요.
자, 러커 벌어오기 시작합니다. 아까 러커가 스톰을 좀 죽었으면서 죽었거든요. 이거를 조합하면서까지 드랍을 통해서 승부를 보겠다는 건데 코세오의 활약이 있어야 되겠죠.
자, 오버로드 길 끊어주고
바깥쪽에 있는 저 게이트웨이에선 질럿을 생산하는 게 낫습니다. 얘들아.
자, 견제가 통해야지만 12시 먼저 가능한데요.
예. 자, 러커를 치워내고 저글링이 왔어요. 저글링이.
자, 지금까지는 다 통했어요. 자,
예. 자, 여기서 필수입니다. 앞마당 드론을 다시 잡아내는 것은 필수예요. 스톰도 준비하죠.
네, 무리하지 않고 12시 멀티 유지하면서 그리고 견제까지.
이거죠.
여기까지.
이거.
장윤철이
후방 들어갔죠. 스톰.
야, 또 들어갔어요. 또 골 터졌습니다. 멀티를
저지했어요.
예. 드론을 지금 다시 한번 늘려주고 있거든요. 워낙 해처리가 많아서 드론 지금 늘려주고 있어요. 네.
자,
장윤철은 견제를 하면서도 얻어가야 되는 게 있어야 됩니다.
그렇습니다. 드론 좀 잡아준 거 이 지금
예. 아까는 견제를 하면서 멀티를 하나하나씩 추가를 했잖아요. 그러면서 한방병을 크게 갖췄잖아요. 근데 지금은 멀티를 못 했잖아요. 아까하고 상황이 다릅니다.
자, 공격이 돼 있습니다.
예.
다시 한번
스피어까지
뭉쳤어. 12. 좋습니다.
확장 시도하고 그리고 이제 옵점으로 나왔겠다. 그리고 그 이후에 이제 드라군 생산에 돌아 저가 본진의 병력을
셔틀을 커세어를 따줍니다. 커세어를 셔틀을 빨고 와야 돼요. 자, 조합으로 상대해야 됩니다. 조합으로.
예.
그래서 스톰 리버로 끝장을 낼 수 있는 거예요. 자, 바로 해야 되고 셔틀 빨고 와야 되고 그렇습니다. 옵점으로 나가 공점 마라톤. 못 잡았습니다.
예, 진짜.
잡았어요.
예. 더욱더 장철 선수는 경력에서
이유가 아니라 히드라와 러커의 조합이다 보니까 하기가 힘들어요. 뭉치면 죽습니다. 스톰 있고 리버 있고 15킬 막
능선에서 또 능선에서 싸워주는 장철 선수.
예.
싸움이
예술입니다. 우와. 야, 뭡니까 리버? 왜 살아남죠?
야, 이런 전투 진짜 보기 뛰랑 같이 이렇게 달려들면은 녹아드니까 장윤철도 유닛 보강을 해야 됩니다.
셔틀 떨궈야죠. 셔틀. 예. 5.5.
예.
게다가 지금 스톰도에 대부분 쓴 상황이라서
예.
지금 가스가 많이 들어가고 있는 유닛들은 지금 단계에서 밀어내야지. 예, 그렇지 않다면 곤란한데요. 이제도 리버 다 잡았네요.
자, 그리고 병력 더 내려왔고요.
트루스가 가스 확장을 가져간 것이 아니라 외부에 있는 확장을 급하게 가져간 것이라서 계속해서 가스 유닛들을
능선에서 능선 전투 진짜 잘해요 장윤철.
예, 또 소수병력.
네.
자, 지금 틈을 찾기 위해서 노력을 하는데
여기 많아요. 와, 진짜 숨죽이네요. 그야말로 숨죽입니다.
커세어를 살아나왔습니다.
네, 좋지 않죠. 이러면 견제 들어가기가 성공률이 높지가 않으니까요.
스커지 내서 자, 피한 것이 어디 피한 그리고 스커지. 자, 문제시면 히드라 아니면 스커지. 자, 바깥쪽에 히드라 있지 않나요? 이래서 커세어가 있어야 돼요. 야, 이걸 또 살아가네요, 장윤철.
와.
예, 그리고 정면 압박가 돼버리면은 리버 없이는 안 돼요.
네.
상대 플러그를 딱 뽑아버려야 됩니다.
그렇죠.
자, 기어이 또 4킬 기록하고 빠졌는데요.
진짜 모르겠습니다.
버티기까지는 성공을 하고 있는 건데 어떻게든 울트라 왔다 갔다 못 나가게 해주고 있단 말입니다. 발이 묶여 있어요. 자,
전투를 너무나 지금 이것도 잘 끌어들여서 언덕 뒤에서 싸워주는 장 선수가 진짜 기가 막힌데 이런 전투가 하는 게 아니라 좀 전에 그런 견제까지 해줬기 때문에 이정호 선수의 머리를 아프게 하는 겁니다.
일대하고 하이템플로 어머해 주면서 말이죠. 플래그를 뿌리든지 뭘 하든지 해야 돼요. 예, 스톰을 다 썼을 때를 누려야 됩니다. 플래그 미리 붙여놓고요.
네.
하이템플로의 숫자가 한계가 있는 상황이라서 지금 숫자 얼마 없지 않습니까?
저그를 상대로 그것도 저그 중에 저거 폭군을 상대로 장군처럼 전투를 두려워하지는 않아요. 전투를 하면서 견제를 하면서 멀티 하나 딱딱 들어가고 있습니다.
조금을 만들어야 되는데요. 언젠가 한 번의 기회는 분명 옵니다. 조합을
드랍! 워낙 능선 전투를 잘하니까 이진호 선수 드랍을 깨야 돼요. 앞소머티 같은 경우는 드랍을 깨야 됩니다.
양념은 했는데 드랍이 아닌가 봐요. 예, 지금 피눈밭이라고 할 수 있는 곳 저 9시 쪽에 드랍을 통해서라도 어떻게든 끝내야 되는 건데 주력이 이 지역에 있어서 좀 갔다가는 오히려 몰매를 맞을 수 있어요.
오른쪽 12시를 때려주고 동시에 9시에 저글링까 뭐 두팔로 드랍해서 넥서스 강력히 이런 식으로 해야 돼요.
예, 그렇습니다. 주력이 없는 곳을 노려야 되거든요.
네, 여긴 능선이라 장선수 전투가 좋거든요.
그렇죠.
플레이그라도 나와야죠.
지리적인 이점을 살리고 있는 모습을
플레이그 안 나오면 이렇게 싸우면 안 됩니다.
곤란한 소모전이 계속 벌어지고 있는 겁니다. 이건 이런 와중에 프로듀스는 추가 확장을 가져가 지키러 올라옵니다. 자,
넥서스 강정태
원정자 하려면 지키러 올라와요.
근데 템플로 기가 막히게 들어가네요.
예, 디팔로가 지금 확보가 된 상태로 왔으면 더 좋을 뻔했었는데.
9시 가야죠. 9시
예,
이제도.
자,
넥서스를 깨느냐 문제입니다. 넥서스 깨지게.
넥서스를 깨느냐. 원투 펀치가 아니다. 원투 펀치가 아니라 넥서스를 깨느냐. 넥서스를 깨느냐. 원투 펀치가 여기서 날아가지 못하고 반만 들어가면은 빼줘야 되는데.
같이 안 돼요. 같이. 리버. 근데 리버 있고 템플러 있고 이거 하면서 12시를 차라리 깨야 되겠네요. 여기
지고요.
플레이그.
장윤철 막아내야 됩니다. 이것만 막아내면 되는데요.
자, 내려와야 되겠는데요. 장윤철도 내려와야 돼. 12시 상관없이 내려와야 되겠는데요.
예.
자, 잘못 찍었어요. 이쪽 안 갑니다. 이재동은 9시를 치고 있어요.
예, 지금 이지동 선수 경력이 있는 곳은 언덕이란 말이죠. 언덕을 제압된 상태에서 주력이 달려 병력을 통해서 미네랄 확장까지 견제를 할 수 있다.
네.
이보다 더 좋을 수 없고요.
둘이 붙게 만들어 주고 나서 한번
잘 수 있습니다.
자, 리버까지
엇갈렸어요.
예.
자, 서로 엇갈렸어요. 길이.
자, 플레이그 오른 왼쪽에
플레이그 뿌려야죠. 디팔로.
턴에서 플레이그 뿌려야죠.
디팔로. 자, 하이트 블락은 디팔로. 침묵. 예, 여기뿐만이 아니라 6시 쪽 확장까지 누워볼 수 있을 만큼의 단단한 조합인데요.
자, 들어가서. 자, 여기서 이쪽은 날리겠네요.
동시에 쳐야 돼. 12시까지.
이쪽은 날리겠고 12시 저글링 있어요. 12시 저글링 달려야죠.
예, 그러면 미네랄 확장까지 필수 코스로 제거를 갑니다. 자, 디팔로까지 있다면
디팔러 다크섬인가요? 런커 이 정도 깰수 있겠네요.
다크섬
9시도 깼고요.
예, 추가 인벤들 장윤철 미네랄 확장 쪽에 배치시켜놔야 돼요.
그럼 저병력으로 다 해야죠. 장윤철 선수는 조금만 더 늦게 들어와라. 이때 들어옵니다.
디팔로 왔고요. 자, 리버의 활약이 들어왔대요.
자, 에그가
깨지지 않았어요. 자, 플레이그 추가 병력이 오지 못하는 상황이 된다면은 결국 먹고 있고, 예, 소모전이 되는 적의 입장에서는 보다 소홀한 싸움을 할 수 있거든요. 자, 순식간에 또 다시 유불리가 추가 병력만 나오면 장윤철 단단한 조합인데, 정말 단단한 조합인데요.
네. 근데 5시는 여기밖에 없어요.
예.
프로 5마리가 제치합니다.
이게 또 왜 그러냐? 12시가 그래요.
네.
예. 생명력이 질기다는 겁니다.
그리고
장윤철
결정적으로 프로토스는 유닛 구성이 깨지면 다시 모이기가 힘들어요. 힘들어요. 시간도 필요하고 돈도 필요합니다. 네, 적은 어떻게 하이템플러 장윤철 연기가 마지막인가요? 이제도
그 무서운 폭군을
힘풀 무릎에 힘 빠졌는데요. 장윤철 선수
잡을 수도 있었던 경기인데.
네.
이재동의
잡아가는 듯 보였죠. 잡아가는 듯.
와, 2개를 내주고 2개를 부셔버렸습니다. 하지만
베리파이메스 4강 진출자입니다. 저그 위에 저그 중에 저그 폭군 저그
이재동은 경기 후 인터뷰에서 생각보다 힘든 하루를 보냈다고 평했습니다. 상대가 너무 잘했고 특히 견제 플레이가 날카로웠다고 밝혔습니다. 어느 정도 방심하기도 했던 것 같고 이기긴 했지만 찝찝한 승리인 것 같다고 하였습니다. 원래 견제를 잘 안 당하는 스타일인데 상대의 견제에 정신을 못 차려서 유리한 경기들을 패배했던 것 같다고 하였습니다. 마지막 경기를 시작하기 전에 스스로에게 지면 두고 보자라는 생각을 하기도 했었는데 그래도 5시즌 연속 4강을 해내 기쁘다는 소감을 전했습니다.
마이티 마우스의 상추님이냐고요? 아니요, 그냥 유튜브 닉네임이 상추님이에요. 마이티 마우스님은 아니고. 마이티 마우스 상추님은 약간 팔씨름 잘하시지 않나? 딱 한방 서치 기분 좋구요. 3만 서치 너무 기분 좋아. 어? 뭐야?
미네랄이 부족합니다. 미네랄이 부족합니다. 미네랄이 부족합니다.
와, 심리전 썼네 상대방.
미네랄이 부족합니다.
앞마당으로 달리는 척 하다가 일꾼 잡으러 오네요.
미네랄이 부족합니다. 구성범을 미네랄이 부족합니다.
좋았어. 들어가 버렸다. 아! 한 마리 더 잡았어야 돼.
미네랄이 부족합니다.
엠베 지어. 푸시 가보자고요. 트리플을 늦추러 가보자. 하하하하. 이거지.
미네랄이 부족합니다.
이거지.
미네랄이 부족합니다.
와우. 앤드 와우. 와우. 옵저버 걸렸다. 아우.
미네랄이 부족합니다.
정말 이 큰 이득이네요.
미네랄이 부족합니다. 아군이 공격받고 있습니다.
All right, let's throw this up. All right, we got the ladder. Here we go. All right, first up, Gypsy verse Dragon. Up next, we got Boa verse Raz. We have Sugo. You guys should do what I do and bring like a...
The Joker. Round one, fight.
Crescendo. Crank the knob and what will I get? There's a memento.
Fatality. The Joker wins.
Joker. Kitana.
And outwent them and came together unto him. And Jesus, when he came out, saw much people, and was moved with compassion toward them, because they were as sheep, not having a shepherd. And he began to teach them many things. And when the day was now far spent, his disciples came unto him and said, This is a desert place, and now the time is far past. Send them away, that they may go into the country round about, and into the villages, and buy themselves bread, for they have nothing to eat. He answered and said unto them, Give ye them to eat. And they say unto him,
There's a famous quote that goes, be thankful for what you have, you'll end up having more. Something I can certainly get behind, and seeing as Oprah's never steered me wrong before, I'd say let's put that theory to the test. Here's what I'm thinking. If I appreciate Mario Party 1 and 2 hard enough, then it should score me a copy of Mario Party 3. Okay, now just focus on appreciating them real hard, make them feel it, feel that appreciation. Well, looks like Oprah's done me dirty on this one. When it comes to appreciating your games the right amount, the question is typically, do you appreciate them enough? I don't think anybody's ever been accused of appreciating their games too much, although I suppose it could be possible. Okay, so what would appreciating your games ideally entail? Saying thank you after you play them? Remembering their birthday? Listening empathetically to how they feel for once? I mean, goodness knows how many times my games have had to listen to my problems, and not once have they ever complained about it. Well, when it comes to appreciating your games, I think the most simple way to do it shouldn't come as much of a shock by playing them. And even better, by playing them and enjoying them, which you can force yourself to play games, but you can't really force yourself to enjoy them. There may be games you own that you play resentfully, and it can be hard for something to be appreciated when it's simultaneously being hated. Just ask people who wear socks with sandals. Talk about rebels with the cause, and the cause is comfort and convenience. My advice for the games you don't enjoy, send them off to greener pastures. I remember my copy of Altered Beast telling me its last 5 owners hated it before it landed with me. Well, you've found a place you can call home now, buddy. But enjoying a game, and by extension appreciating a game, doesn't necessarily have to come from playing it though, does it? That's right, giving your games a good old stare, or perhaps you appreciate simply owning certain games because they have some sort of attachment to your childhood, tie into your collecting goals somehow, or any number of reasons. Maybe you just liked the artwork, or it was signed by somebody awesome. Heck, there could be some games that you feel are just flat out bad games to play, but they still mean something to you. Now, when reading further into the question, appreciating the games you already have, it's a question that comes with some implications, like, are you too focused on games you don't have? Games you either plan to get at some point, or are still deciding on. It's your classic case of being distracted by what you don't have, instead of paying attention to what you already do. And this can apply to whether you own 10 games, thousands of games, or heck, even if you just collect games digitally, if you know what I mean. It makes sense why this happens. Getting a new game feels great. For a lot of us, I think the emotion of adding a new game to your collection could go back to childhood when there were few things more exciting than getting a game. So now that we're adults and we can do what we want, why not just replicate that feeling again, and then again. In a way, wanting a game as a kid was the ultimate example of a kid saying, I want this toy or treat, to which the parent says, we already have some at home. And what greater toy or treat was there besides video games? Being turned down like that was always the ultimate buzzkill as a kid. Yeah, it makes sense that the parents are trying to be responsible and not spoil their kids, but it's such a boring answer regardless, when going to the store to buy a new game would have been so much more exciting. Sure, getting game rentals were a nice consolation back then, but these days, screw that, we're playing for keeps. I tell you what though, many of us sure did appreciate the ever-loving heck out of our games as kids. Now, I think it's fair to say that you shouldn't feel like you have to just stop buying new games altogether. The answer, as most often is the case, is simply finding the right balance. When you add new games to your collection, think about how they'll fit into your collection, as well as your recent plans. For example, say you just bought Super Metroid and you were planning to play it, but then you decided to buy Super Mario RPG the next week and started playing that instead. Fast forward to 2 years later and you still never played Super Metroid. You may not want to do that, or maybe you do. I mean, do whatever makes you happy and all that jazz. I'm just saying that it's a factor to keep in mind. And maybe I'm just a weirdo. Well, I'm definitely a weirdo, but I try to think of my collection as one big happy family, all getting along together. Every time you add a game, it's like adding a new member, and I need to make sure they all get along. For example, when I added some of the Mario sports games to my collection, rather than a warm embrace, Paper Mario started acting like a total jerkosaurus, talking about how it's one of the greatest games of all time and how they wouldn't be getting any playtime because I'd be spending the extensive amount of hours that it required to be played through. Well, it earned itself a timeout in the corner for that little tantrum. Now, I understand to a certain extent any gamer is always going to have a backlog, and expecting yourself to beat every single game you buy as soon as you buy it is probably pretty unrealistic, no matter how hard certain games pine for your attention to play them. That doesn't mean you want your backlog to be more out of control than it has to be, and just think about how certain games of yours feel about being thrown onto the old backlog. I know some people feel an incredible amount of pressure to play certain high-profile games. Yeah, some games can just chill on the backlog no problem, whereas others can stick out like a sore thumb. Try leaving a game like Chrono Trigger on your backlog for years. You'll never hear the end of it like I did. One of the greatest games of all time, it deserves better treatment than to sit around on, as it told me, was a glorified losers club. But this begs the question, is putting a game on a backlog more of an insult or a compliment? I mean, what does it say about the games you've never played and haven't even been put on a backlog? Ouch. Well, I can only speak for myself, but when I put Chrono Trigger on my backlog, it felt more like something really special that I could look forward to. I can't tell you how many games there are I love that I wish I could play fresh for the first time, and saving Chrono Trigger for me felt like one of those games others wish they could experience for the first time again, except now I was in the unique situation of being able to do that myself. So it was more like a fine wine being set aside to age for a special occasion, even if that special occasion was basically just one random Saturday afternoon. Yep, playing this game now sounds good. Point is, I was very appreciative of having the game during all the years I hadn't played it yet, even though I hadn't played it yet. So I would say that if a game is on your backlog and you're serious about it, you can still appreciate it. But if a game's been on your backlog for a number of years and you're probably never going to actually play it, it's just on your backlog as a formality to try to not hurt its feelings, yeah, then it might be fair to say you don't appreciate it. And yet, I would still say there's situations where games not on your backlog can be appreciated. Maybe you've already beat a game and you're happy to just keep it around. Maybe it's a game you keep around as a curiosity to pop in every now and then and not necessarily play all the way through. Or maybe you just simply don't want to put it on your backlog yet, for the sake of not crowding up your backlog. So yeah, I don't think a game needs to be on your backlog to be appreciated, but you know what I do think a game needs to be in order to be appreciated? Not lost or gone. Believe me, I understand that things can become lost. It can happen. But at the same time, the only way something like my copy of Rock-EaZy.Matt would ever be lost or gone is if it was stolen from a literal cold dead grip. Games aren't like your cell phone, keys, wallet, pilot or anything like that where you're constantly having to take them places. It's just boom, here it is, and here it stays unless it's being played. I will say though, one of the understandable exceptions is if you're moving. Seems like no matter what you try to do, something always gets lost during a move. Losing games in a move just sucks. And where do they even go? Wherever the sock fairy puts all those missing socks is my guess. Either way, the more games you add, the more games you have to keep track of, and the more you care about the games you have, the less likely you are to lose them. I think it's fair to say that the drive to acquire more games isn't going away. So it's a matter of appreciating the games you have while simultaneously adding games. In some cases, it's just difficult for a game you already own to have the same shine and luster to it that a game you just got might have. And sure, we go in there and stare at the games we already have every now and then, but has your copy of Sonic 2 ever told you just don't look at me the same way you used to? Maybe you do, or maybe you don't. It's not to say that your appreciation of a game should match the excitement you felt when you first got it, but if your feeling on a game is nothing other than, oh yeah, I remember buying that, that could leave a little bit to be desired. And sure, maybe not for everyone, but I can't see how it wouldn't for at least some of you. But hey, at least you didn't forget its name. That would be awkward, because lucky for you, its name is right on it. Ideally, your appreciation of a game may evolve as you either play it or learn new things about it over the years. How many of you look at some of the games in your collection and think, oh, what a journey it's been? Now that's what I call some serious appreciation. Alright, but with all that said, for this video's question, I of course want to ask you how much you appreciate the games you already have, trying to be as honest as you can. We're not here to judge. Well, actually this is the internet, so somebody probably is, but who cares? I always find the most honest answers to be by far the most interesting anyways. So with that said, leave your answers below and I will see ya in the next video. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna try Oprah's appreciation trick just one more time. Now focus, appreciate really hard.
He's the red bird, yeah. And he's talking about video games. He's the red bird, oh yes. And he hopes that you liked what he had to say.
So you know how they always say to keep your friends close but your enemies closer? Not sure I agree. I did that with chocolate. Bad idea. In my defense, at times chocolate felt like more of a friend, and the same thing can happen with nostalgia. Ah, yes, nostalgia. Something we retro gamers know all too well. A fondness for things from the past, so you better believe video games are gonna be a candidate, because it's the things we liked best that trigger our nostalgia. Sorry, sweaty sandwiches that sat in a lunchbox for 4 hours. Nostalgia is an effort to fight back against letting go of things from the past, instead going with a different option, not letting go. But when it comes to video games, it's not just about having the games we had as kids and playing them now, but more specifically, it's about the feeling they gave you. That certain type of joy you felt earlier on in life. Yeah, get me some of that. When you think about it, it's pretty fortunate that video games are capable of giving us this feeling. After all, not everything we did as kids is quite as easy to do as adults. I've certainly spent my fair share of time lamenting the old days of after-school super soaker battles. But now, most people my age don't get off work until at least 5. They're too tired, it's starting to get dark and cold by then. Oh, and besides not enjoying getting blasted in the face with water, most other adults don't own super soakers. Go figure. So every now and then I think about this and it makes me kind of sad. Which leads to the question, has my nostalgia gone too far? I mean, does this look productive to you? Reliving your past is great, but what about living your, present. I mean, just think of the potential. When it comes to getting older, one of the biggest benefits brought up is that you can do whatever you want. Ooh, okay, let's see. I want to do stuff from my past, and here we are again. But so long as you're reliving your past in a healthy way, I think you should be fine. Doesn't need to be on a schedule or anything crazy. Just need to make sure it's not causing you to become resentful of how things currently are. And for many of us, it can indeed be useful in helping you be less resentful. Quick little story for you. One day I'm having a bad day, and I remember this one time when I was a kid where I decided to dance on top of my toilet. So I thought, hey, don't knock it till you try it. I promise it'll make you feel better. So long as you don't crack the seat or hurt yourself. Yeah, maybe find something else to do. For some of us, the amount of joy we experienced as kids is pretty hard to match, and especially when compared to life now that you're older, which can, well, kinda suck. At least certain parts of it definitely can. Nostalgia and engaging in things that make you feel nostalgic can be a way to escape from the aspects of your current life that you're not so fond of, like talking to that one friend you keep meaning to stop being friends with. Retro games can be a trip back to simpler times, as they like to say. Playing Sonic the Hedgehog in my cousin's attic bedroom on a Saturday afternoon sure beats the pants off of, I don't know, spending an entire day cleaning your home for guests arriving later that day. Remember what cleaning up before a friend came over was like as a kid? Just quickly chuck any loose stuff into the closet or wherever and you're good to go. Simpler times. But here's where things can get tricky. How much is your fondness for older things, and let's just say older video games, attached to the games themselves as opposed to the nostalgia involved? And this is where I think there's a huge misconception about retro gaming and retro gamers, one that I've talked about before. For a lot of retro gamers, one of the most exciting things is to discover and play games and even consoles you didn't as a kid, and oftentimes they're games you had never even heard of when you were younger. Of course, a very simple counter-argument to this would be to just say that those are merely an extension of the nostalgia you feel towards the older games that you actually did own as a kid. I mean, they're typically from the same period of time that you're nostalgic towards. When I play the original Rayman, it instantly takes me back to the bedroom I grew up in, playing late into the night with a friend, but I never owned that game as a kid. Either way, I think there's still plenty of objective reasons for playing older games, like game design, tighter pacing, and just fighting against people's tendency to cast aside older things, because that's what happens to older things. Gosh, I can't wait to see what happens to me when I'm elderly. Here's the thing though, whether you're enjoying a game because of nostalgia attached to it or not, does it matter? Well, for enjoying that particular game for you personally, not really. It's more so how it shapes the way you think of other things. If things you enjoy partly from nostalgia are getting a boost from that nostalgia, it automatically puts everything else at a disadvantage. And this could apply to all sorts of things, whether it's newer games, newer movies, or newer parts of your life, aka your current life. If you're constantly comparing everything to something from the past that gets an automatic advantage, it can potentially make it harder to enjoy newer things. For some gamers, not liking modern games can be as simple as this garbage isn't the games I grew up with. Not to say there aren't more valid objective criticisms to be made about modern gaming, goodness knows I've pointed some of them out before, but I think where nostalgia can become your enemy is where it influences you to not even give something a fair chance, and potentially rob yourself of a great experience, which maybe you feel you're provided with enough great nostalgic experiences to make up for it, But hey, I'm just pointing out how there could be more. Sometimes people won't give newer games a chance that are literally trying to cater to their nostalgia. Oops. I suppose one possible argument against that is you feel like your fandom is being taken advantage of and manipulated. I've had this problem before. I would say that this needs to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. Labor of love, or is there some cash grabbing going on in there? It can get tricky though, because sometimes it's hard to tell if some sort of nostalgia is affecting your judgment or not, in a way that is causing you to be unfair. Heck, maybe even unfair to your own wallet, as some people feel like their nostalgia has made them total susceptible suckers compelled to purchase things they don't need because their nostalgia drive demands it. One day you might wake up and realize, wait a second, I own the US, PAL, and Japanese releases of Resident Evil 3. I'm missing the greatest hits version. I'll just keep this on until it arrives in the mail. Now, maybe that's something that you genuinely enjoy. That's perfectly fine. The point is this: don't let your nostalgia boss you around. That's what I say. You want to have the upper hand on this stuff. Nostalgia can also be your enemy when the warm, fuzzy feelings you have of a game come crashing down as they don't line up with your current experience of it. One of the biggest examples of this I've seen people bring up is GoldenEye for Nintendo 64. Considered back in the day to be the real bee's knees, it's viewed by many nowadays more like the bee's butt. Actually, getting this picture, I found that there's a whole community dedicated to how adorable bumblebee butts are. Playing old video games, not such a peculiar hobby after all. Anyways, GoldenEye. The main issue is that first-person shooters have changed so much over the years that our instincts just aren't expecting what this game gives you. And even if you never played it back in the day, you're still likely to have a brain that's been trained to play first-person shooters the way more modern ones are. How you control and play GoldenEye is totally different. Perhaps the most jarring thing for most people is that the controls use a single analog stick setup, unless you go full dirty dog with the lesser-known 2-controller option, but the single analog stick setup can be hard to adjust to, and the game isn't really designed around aiming as much as games nowadays are. By default, your gun will sort of auto-aim at enemies, so it's more about timing, getting into good position, and strafing out of your enemy's line of fire. Seriously, you want to strafe like there's no tomorrow in this game. But while GoldenEye has some extenuating circumstances related to the evolution of first-person shooters, for some games, it is your nostalgia and your nostalgia alone that dupes you into thinking a game will be just as good as you remember it. I don't really own any games that fall into that category for me personally to show you gameplay of because, yeah, I don't keep them around. One of the other ways I've noticed games pull an I gotcha on gamers is when the difficulty of an older game quickly rains on their nostalgia parade. Maybe there's a game you remember fondly that begins to promptly whoop your sorry butt when you go to play it after many years have passed. Maybe the game is just mad at you for abandoning it for so long, like visiting a relative you haven't seen for a while. Okay, now the last thing I'd like to talk about is the fact that not everyone's nostalgia is built the same. Heck, some people may not even have much nostalgia from their youth because not everyone has the greatest childhood. It's sad and unfortunate, but it's the truth. So if you do have warm, fuzzy, nostalgic feelings, don't take them for granted and be sure to appreciate them. Joy can come at a premium, something we may not realize as kids when it can seem so plentiful. But luckily, nostalgia is an opportunity to harvest some of that joy from your past for your current life. So drink it in, nostalgia is your friend. But like any friend, you need to treat it right to really flourish. Otherwise, it can quickly become an enemy. So take advantage of your nostalgia in the ways that make you happy, check on that one, while at the same time not letting it go overboard in ways that restrict and limit your life. Sometimes easier said than done, but that's the best advice I can give. But like always, I'd love to hear your thoughts. So leave a comment down below, and I will see ya in the next video.
He's the retro bird, yeah. And he's talking about video games. He's the retro bird, oh yes. And he hopes that you like what he had to say.
So there you are, after a long full life, and as you're about to die, you say, I don't have time for this baloney, I gotta finish my game collection. Sorry, Mr. Grim Reaper, but I'm still looking for a copy of Bucky O'Hare. The Sonic 2 manual could use replacing, and don't even get me started on those elusive Sega Saturn games I'm missing. Yeah, well, you can't take your collection into the grave with you, although some may disagree. You can certainly experience the satisfaction of reaching your collecting goals before then, so that when you do go to your grave, you can go with pride. I know what my gravestone will say on it. Question is, can you reach all of your collecting goals to the point where you can say, I am done with my collection? Well, sure you can. In fact, I was just having a moment the other day where I thought to myself, you know, I have all the video games I'll ever need. I am just so at peace right now. Game! Alright, you caught me in a moment of weakness there, but now that I have that one more game, I'm all done. Wait a second, could I be a Virtual Boy person? I think I could be a Virtual Boy person. Owning one is ironic, yet playful. What can make completing your game collection so tricky is that it's almost like trying to put out a fire by throwing logs at it, where with every new game or new console you add, it's like adding another log and the fire grows. The fire that is your passion for gaming. Let's say a game like Thunder Force 3 gets recommended to you. You like it? Now you've become curious about other shoot-em-ups. It's like a vicious cycle. Games, curiosity, games, curiosity, games. And with new games and consoles constantly catching your interest, it's hard to ever be done. Plus, there are so many games in existence. You will never run out of possibilities. Did you know that Bassin's Black Bass with Hank Parker, aka Super Black Bass 2, is a game? Well, now you do. You're welcome for letting you know, and sorry for spending your money for you. You can't just complete your collection by collecting every video game ever made either. That's too much for even the most dedicated fan. We're not talking about something like collecting all 151 Pokemon cards, where reaching the end actually seems feasible. There's how many Pokemon now? Well, I tried. It's not just limited to games and consoles either. There's all sorts of doodads you can get to go with your consoles. Controllers being the biggest one, let me tell ya. Doesn't take much to convince yourself that life would be better with an orange controller in it. When it comes to your personal video game collection and how it's tracking, there's a magical little phrase that I see getting thrown around a lot. I have all the games I want. Typically, it's referring to games for a specific console, but in any context, that's the ideal place we're all trying to get to, isn't it? I think the temptation to say this comes from the fact that not having a game you'd like to have is kind of a nasty feeling. I mean, we're not kids anymore. Well, most of us aren't. If you are a kid watching, bravo to you for caring about older video games. But the days of being a kid with no money and not being able to have the games we want should be behind us, or at least many of us would like to think they are. Yeah, looks like the days of not having enough money never stopped. In any case, when somebody says, I have all the games I want, maybe they're trying to convince you, maybe they're trying to convince themselves, maybe they're trying to convince their significant other who wonders when they're finally gonna organize these dang games crowding up the garage. I don't know. But in any case, it's an empowering statement. You have every game you want. It doesn't get any better than that, and a privilege that might just be reserved for adults, because how often do you ever hear a kid say, I have everything I want? Most kids, you give them a cracker, 20 seconds later they're asking for a cookie. But I think all of this highlights a good point, which is why do we even care if our collection is finished or not? I mean, as impressive as my bread bag clip collection is, there's still some colors and variations I don't have. I'm looking for a long orange one. And yet you don't see me losing any sleep over it. Nothing but pride, baby. And sure, some of you probably don't care if your collection is finished, but some of us do, and I think it's only natural. As much as there can be fun had acquiring new games, it does take focus away from playing what we already have. And there might be a part of you that just wants to be done collecting so you can put all your focus on playing games. Or, you know, maybe staring at them too. And yeah, I know for those of you who don't collect but only play games, a very viable option, being able to focus on nothing but playing games might be exactly why you chose that route to begin with. Hey, look at this collection, all done. Okay, so while I've already mentioned that the seemingly endless amount of games in existence can serve as the metaphorical ever-dangling carrot on a stick, what can really make the amount of games you have to choose from seem endless is if you're also into newer games. In fact, I know some people won't play newer games, not because they have an issue with them, but strictly because they have so many older games to get through. Yep, still working on 1991. Maybe games will eventually get easier. But if you're somebody who plays both retro and newer games, you've got games coming in from all sorts of different angles. Yeah, if your personal game of the week has ever been a tie between Adventures of Lolo and Elden Ring, you know what I'm talking about. However, even if you're somebody who's sworn off modern games altogether, just like anything else, sometimes all it takes is that one game to restoke the fires and get you interested again. I mean, imagine if somebody's favorite game was Resident Evil 2 and then this brilliance came out. Could be tempting, but even besides a game like that, we're constantly getting new releases of older games and even consoles themselves. My Genesis always wanted to have a child of its own. What am I gonna do? Deprive it? And look at how cute they are playing together, showing their parents that everyone can get along now. Alright, but let's just say that you are somehow able to steer clear of any newer releases, whether they're retro or not. You're still left with all of the older consoles and their games. Now, in theory, once you get all the games you want for a specific console, you should be able to check that console off your list. Then what do you do next? You move on to another console. And believe me, there is always a next console you can queue up if you really want to. There's people who collect for the Tiger Telematics Gizmondo. You think that's priority number one in their game collection? I suppose for somebody it could be, but the point is that something doesn't have to be the best thing in the world to be interesting and therefore be something you want to collect. Take the Virtual Boy, for example. Some people love it, sure, but a lot of people own it simply because it's such an interesting part of gaming history. And when it comes to video games, most of us have a ton of passion for this hobby, making it really easy to get curious. One night at 2 a.m., I found myself wondering what all the different colors were that PlayStation 2 memory cards in North America came out in. And thanks to loyal viewer of the channel, Good Bud Collecting, I got myself an answer. The other issue I've found to be the case for a lot of people is that even if you do feel like you've finished collecting every game you want for a console, your tastes and preferences can evolve or change over time, tempting you to come back to reevaluate a console's library and possibly add more games to your wish list. Let's say you always thought you hated RPGs, but one day realize you actually do enjoy them. Well, great, but now you may not be as done with your PS1 collection as you once thought. You know, I think sometimes people are scared to let certain games go in terms of selling them off, trading them to somebody or what have you, because they're worried they're going to want them again at some point. Liking a specific game or even certain genre of game isn't a static thing. I repurchased Final Fantasy VII 4 times until finally I said to myself, enough is enough, just keep it. Which I did, by the way, and finally played all the way through it. Now, while a single game can usually be repurchased easily enough, what about an entire console and all the games you had for it? Yikes. If you've ever gotten rid of a console collection that you've since been priced out of buying back, that can sting. And for some people, might linger in your brain as a reminder that your collection will never be done. Maybe that's why people with complete Gizmondo collections won't let them go. I think the desire to own every game you want also comes from the idea of completeness ingrained in many collectors. Game collectors go after having all sorts of things complete, whether it's having a game complete in the box or case with its manual, having every game in a series, owning every console from your favorite company, making sure you have one of these little precautions booklets inside every game. What do these even say inside of them? I don't know, I've never read it, but I'll be gosh darned if it's missing from even a single one of my GameCube games. You know what? Now I'm curious. Let's see what it says in here. Ah, that makes sense. And of course, when it comes to collecting things complete, there's no limit to how aggressive you can get, with some people going after a complete collection of every game released for a console. But regardless of what you're after, the ultimate example of completeness for anybody would be to complete your personal collection as you see fit. Well, sounds nice, but it may be a good idea to get comfortable with the possibility of it never happening. I mean, so long as the games you do own make for a nice collection, anything that comes after that should just be considered a nice little cherry on top, however many cherries that may end up being. Adding a game to your collection should be a fun thing, not a burden. And if your collection feels incomplete without a certain game, just stop for a minute to think about how that might make the rest of your collection feel. Yeah, a little bit underappreciated. So on that note, I've got a little exercise for everyone. Grab one of your favorite parts of your collection, maybe even just some of your favorite things in general, and say the following to yourself. My collection is enough, has always been enough, and will always be enough. Feel better now? But with that said, for this video's question, in the spirit of appreciation, I'd like to ask what part of your collection makes it feel most complete to you. It could be something small, big, worth a lot of money, or hardly anything. All that matters is that it is personally meaningful to you. So with that, leave your response down below, and I will see ya in the next video.
He's the red bird, yeah. And he's talking about video games. He's the red bird, oh yes. And he hopes that you liked what he had to say.
There are few things that a video game player enjoys more than video games, but at the top of the list, you have money. After all, money is how you acquire video games. And on the flip side, you can trade your video games for money by selling them. Some people even consider video games and money to be interchangeable currencies. In fact, to pay my pizza guy one time, boom, that ought to cover it. Keep the change as a tip. But then I had a change of heart and purchased it again the next day. Darn, but that can happen. People regret stuff, whether it's a copy of Super Mario RPG you let go, or an entire 10-year stretch of your life. Oops-a-daisy, made a mistakey. And why some people hesitate to be too trigger happy about selling their games or anything else of value, especially since there's certain things that once you sell them aren't so easy to get back. I sold my dignity a long time ago, but don't worry, I found a different, better one. But when it comes to video games and selling them, it sure seems like it's more common to hear about people lamenting the fact they sold a game. You rarely hear people say, gosh, I'm so glad I sold that game, especially since it's so easy to remember a specific game as opposed to some random amount of money that you had for a brief period of time years ago before you spent it on goodness knows what. Unless that goodness knows what was video games. Hey, and we're back in business. It's pretty common to sell video games in order to buy video games. That's what happens when you're at the top of the totem pole. But yes, naturally, there are those who skip the whole selling part and just focus on the buying part. I'd imagine these are some of the same people who eat just the cream filling and don't bother with the cookie. So with that said, let's talk about some of the reasons people don't sell their games, and the most simple reason is that some people simply don't sell their stuff. It's just not something they do. Like flossing. Hey, it's never too late to start. But not selling your games doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. If there isn't an urgent need for money, space, or anything else it is that motivates people to sell games, then they may just not even bother to consider it. In which case, I'm here to say, maybe you should. Because here's the thing about considering doing something, you can always just end up not doing it. There were a few girls who considered going to my high school prom with me. Guess how many of those turned into a yes? I think a big part of what deters a lot of people from selling their games is that there's such a large potential for getting burned and getting burned hard by it. For many people, they have been burned in the past, and dare I say, it's been traumatic enough to deter them from doing it again in the future. Some of the more common ways that I've heard of this happening to people is, sure enough, when they were kids. Maybe they got rid of games because it was the only way to pay for the next console that had come out, having no idea they'd love older games as much as they do now. Perhaps got ripped off by trading them into a game store, or heck, if you were really lucky, maybe your parents just threw them out or gave them away. What I always envy is the occasional person who says their parents made them keep all their consoles and games they had as a kid, or stored them away in the attic for years so that your adult self could come back and get them. Way to go, Mom. Way to go, Dad. Whereas most parents will save things like old half-used candles, but when it comes to that copy of Chrono Trigger, no cigar. Remembering certain games or consoles you used to have that you no longer do can leave a nasty taste that makes you think, I will never let that happen again. Because even if you can buy the same games back and they're just inanimate pieces of plastic, it's just not the same as having the exact one you had as a kid. Eat your heart out, Timmy. So perhaps you've been conditioned to just think that selling games is never a good idea. But I'm here to say it definitely can be, for some people at least, because don't forget now, I'm just asking you to simply consider it. Because remember, considering doing something can still end in just not doing it. So get up and sing and dance it with me. Consideration does not mean saying yes. And I'll even do you one better. If you come away from this video feeling like you still don't want to sell any of your games, you're going to feel even better about that decision. Remember, I'm the do whatever personally makes you happy guy. Whatever you decide, you'll feel better about your choice. You can't lose. Okay, so why don't we start with the basics? And it doesn't get any more basic than you need to sell some of your games because you need money to live. Now, a lot of us would argue that you need video games to live. I tried going without for a month once. Kind of a blur to me now, but my wife says I just didn't seem quite right. To her, the biggest red flag was that I stopped eating bananas. But if you need extra money due to some sort of financial issues you may be having, I don't think anybody will blame you to sell some of your games to take care of yourself, take care of the people you love, and all that good stuff. The next big reason for selling some games is to free up space. Although, can something like this cute little cartridge really be blamed for space issues? If it's got enough friends, it can be, because when gamers go getting games, they can go hard. One game certainly isn't enough, and it can get to the point where it seems like no amount of games is enough. I mean, if you own hundreds of games, what's a couple hundred more? But here's the thing, for some people, having a lot of games is going to make them happy with no negative effects on the side. But that's certainly not everyone, I understand that. So, quick little test for you that I recommend. Basically, just do a quick evaluation of how organized and tidy your collection is, how put away things are, that sort of stuff. And if it's not, try cleaning it up. A lot of times, the issue isn't so much space as it is organization. Somebody could have a boatload of games that feels like it takes up far less space than a much smaller collection that's scattered all over the place. So start with the easy stuff, and look at you, you're on the path to a more tidy collection. And then perhaps space isn't such an issue. Okay, but regardless if you would like more space, or even if space isn't an issue, the biggest thing you may need to be convinced on is this. Which games would I sell? And besides money, what is the benefit of parting with those games? I mean, having a game is better than not having it, right? Well, I like to look at it like this. Your games are your friends. You've got your best friends and you've got your not so best friends. And like any friends, you've only got so much time to spend with each of them, especially when you consider all the other things that require your time. I mean, we've done the calculations before, folks. Add it all up and you're simply not going to live long enough to make it, no matter how many nanners you eat. Oh, and get this, some people actually like to replay some of their favorites. What idiots! Talk about a waste of time. As you can see, the picture I'm painting is that by selling off certain games, it allows you to focus more on the games left over, whether you've already played them once or not. With the idea being to get back to more of how many of us were as kids, where sure you may have only owned like 9 games, but boy, gosh, girl, golly girl, gilly, were those 9 games loved properly and to death. Now, maybe you don't want to consolidate all the way down to 9 games because, you know, in some ways that kind of sucks, but find the amount of games that works for you. A good balance of enough to play to really dig in, but not so much that you feel like your games are drowning you. For so many of us, there you are. It's that time of day where you take your nightly gander at your games to pick one out to play, but they're all staring back at you. Each one hoping to be the one you choose. Pressure's on now, Buckaroo Banzai. And that's the key word, pressure. What the heck is that doing in the hobby you love? And sure, it'll vary by person, but there's absolutely people who feel pressure to play certain games and feel guilty about not playing certain ones. I know some people who feel more guilty about not playing Earthbound than they do about not calling their own mother. And if they'd actually played Earthbound, they'd understand the irony of that. So if a game is making you feel pressure or anything negative at all, you don't have to play it, let alone keep it. I won't tell anybody. Of course, another simple solution is to keep a game, but just not care about playing it. Being content with owning a game, but never playing it, or at least not very often, which for some people might be easy, or for others it might be hard. Either way, I think it's a good question to ask yourself to justify why you own something. For me personally, I think of it like if you want to be on my shelf, you gotta earn it, buddy. And the games I own are a finely tuned curation and a reflection of my tastes. People are always surprised I don't own more games than I do when they hear the total number, and it's because I've been pretty aggressive about consolidating and curating despite having a lot of consoles. But like I've been saying, that's just what works for me, and it'll vary for each of you. Are you somebody who throws a party and only wants your closest friends there? Or do you throw a rager where sure, you ignore or give barely any attention to a large majority of them, but they're all still welcome anyway, and you enjoy the spectacle of it. I mean, some of the ones you never get to can just have fun with each other. I've heard that Rascal Racers and BC Racers have had some great conversations together before. I think when it comes down to it, what really makes things tricky is that you simply don't know how you're going to feel about getting rid of a game 20 years from now. And sure, you could always buy it back, but it still feels like rolling the dice since the price can go up. Okay, but let's say you do decide you want to sell some of your games. Part of the is it worth it or not equation is still the process of actually selling them, which for some people can be a hassle. Creating online listings, printing out shipping labels, packing it up, getting it to the post office, not to mention all the fees and cost of shipping, my suggestion is always to try to sell locally, ideally to a friend or somebody you know. That way you can be assured it's going to good hands and you're helping them out. Assuming your friend isn't a turd, those friends are preferable. Ask me. Heck, you can even give them the games for free or for a deal. My gosh, you give away games for free and you'll have no trouble at all parting with them. Retro gamers can sense free games from miles away. But if you do want to try to sell your games in the open market, my rule of thumb for selling games, however you do it, is to always go just a tad below the current market price. That way it will sell quickly, won't inflate the game's market price any further, give somebody a fair deal, but still isn't so low that they'll be looking to turn around and flip it. They'll be purchasing it to keep it and hopefully love it. Another suggestion is to trade it to your local game shop, which not everybody loves their local game shop, but if you do, it's a great way to help out their business. Oh, and I think it's definitely worth mentioning that one train of thought I've seen trending more and more is that with all the different ways there are to play games now, you don't necessarily need to hang on to all your old games. Whether it's due to re-releases, EverDrives, the Mister, the list goes on and on. This ain't goodbye, it's just a see ya later. Alright, but that about does it for all my thoughts, and hopefully I've gotten most of you to at least consider consolidating. And like I keep saying, doesn't mean you ultimately will sell any of your games, but I hope that in any case it has made you feel vindicated in why you have the games that you do. Perhaps you may just want to pass all your games on to your kids and let them decide what to keep or sell off. But like always, I'd love to hear your thoughts, so feel free to leave a comment and I will see ya in the next video.
He's the retro bird, yeah. And he's talking about video games. He's the retro bird, oh yes. And he hopes that you liked what he had to say.
Stupid fucking.
There are certain games I've given up on ever owning, like Little Samson, but still, I like to check the prices every so often and wait a minute, what's this? Looks like I found a deal. This is gonna go down as a big time score. And hey, this has got me thinking, maybe I can do a swap-a-roo with some of this other trade fodder to pick up some Neo Geo games while I'm at it. Who needs all this garbage anyways? Papa likes Neo Geo. Okay, so here's the thing. As much as it would be great to have an alternative way to acquire expensive games, you need your soul. You just do. As much as we all love video games, perhaps some more than others, no game is worth your soul, and when people talk about selling their soul for a game, it's just an expression. What they really mean is, boy, howdy do I really want that game. And it isn't necessarily just about money either. I mean, I've heard somebody say they'd sell their soul for Super Mario World. What does that game cost? Like 20 bucks? So yeah, selling your soul for a game doesn't mean selling your actual literal soul. How would you even do that? Some would say by stretching 4x3 games into widescreen. Besides games that are expensive, when somebody says they'd sell their soul for a game, a lot of times they're referring to games that have immense sentimental value. I mean, just think about it. Can you remember any games or consoles that you had as a child that you would love to be able to have again? We're talking the exact physical copy you used to have, but at some point sold it or did who knows what with it years ago. And yet, how on earth would you even go about trying to possibly track it down? Timmy knows. Mean Bean Machine for your soul, Timmy. But don't worry, I'll cut you a deal and throw in your N64 controller too. But it cuts both ways. What I would give to have my old original clear Game Boy Pocket with my original copy of Donkey Kong Land 3, with the boxes and everything, even though that's not how I collect Game Boy stuff now. I'll never forget the day my mom took me to Toys R Us to get it. It was 1997. The original Game Boy had already been out since 1989 at that point. For years, I had been tortured by all the other kids around me who seemed to all have Game Boys and all not be willing to share their Game Boys with me. Would you have shared your Game Boy with this kid? I would always ask pretty nicely. But when I was walking through Toys R Us that day to pick up a Game Boy, and boy golly, a game to go with it, I'm telling you, you just can't understand what that felt like. Well, actually, I guess maybe some of you can. I've heard similar stories. But here's the thing. As well as I can remember the day I got that Game Boy and the endless hours I spent playing it, and even the endless days of having the boxes proudly displayed in a certain section of my room, I cannot, for the life of me, remember the day I got rid of them. They were probably just traded into GameStop in a desperate effort to get whatever the next new game or system I wanted was. Hey, I wonder how much store credit you could get for trading your soul into GameStop. And then perhaps the even better question would be, what would they do with it? I have heard they've been trying to expand their lineup of what they sell. Okay, but so far we've been talking about games or consoles that you no longer have that you would sell your soul to get back. But since this is all hypothetical, figure of speech type conversation anyways, why don't we talk about games that you luckily do still currently own, but if for some reason you ever lost them, you would sell your soul to get them back. Quick little tip for you though, to prevent this from happening, I like to leave sweet little notes inside some of my games that are meaningful. Oops, I also like to put reminders for myself in there too. These games are the house is burning down and you can only grab a few games on your way out games. Don't forget your kitty cat. Real quick though. I've mentioned the houses burning down scenario before, and I should have seen it coming, but a few people in the comments said, yeah, I can relate because my house has actually burned down before. To those people, I feel it's safe to say that you have everyone's condolences. That said, the point is to get you thinking about what you would save first. And let's just assume you're home alone at the time. You'd want to save stuff that couldn't be easily replaced. And this is where it gets interesting, because would you just take the games that have the most monetary value, or would you prioritize things with personal value? I tell you what you wouldn't take, whatever is really difficult to unplug, or for goodness sake, at least just leave the cords behind. You know, they say that when inside a burning building to stay low to the ground, and they also say you should do practice fire drills. You can count me as prepared. I tend to think that if people could only save a few games, they would default to pulling out the things that have the most monetary value. But on the other hand, I could also see people prioritizing things with personal value if the personal value is indeed meaningful enough. So a copy of Castlevania you found for $5 at a garage sale on a random Saturday afternoon by yourself probably isn't making the cut, unless that was just one heck of a Saturday afternoon. You tell me, but I would think it's most likely going to be your games or systems that were given to you by somebody special in your life. The only reason I probably still have this GameCube stool is because it reminds me of my mom, who got me the GameCube that it was included with. Might be hard to save in a fire though, as the shape is kind of weird to carry with other things. Actually, just that of a solution. Games could also be personally meaningful to you, not because somebody special gave it to you, but because somebody special played it with you. Or if you really want to load the deck, both. Ah, yes, the age-old trick. Buy somebody something as a gift for them so that you can use it yourself. So considerate. I remember back in my college dorm, somebody purchased a plunger for our floor and said, yeah, you're all welcome, just thought I'd help everybody out. And just in case you ask, no, the person wasn't me. But if you have fond memories of playing a game with somebody, does it need to be the exact same copy if the positive association has more to do with the experience of playing the game? Perhaps it could be, but my guess is that it's not quite on the soul-selling level. Alright, but now let's talk about those expensive games that I mentioned before. Expensive games are always kind of a weird thing to talk about, because whenever people see somebody who has an expensive game, they're always wondering in the back of their mind, did you pay a buttload of money for that? Quick fun fact, a buttload used to be an actual measurement used for alcohol. One buttload equals 126 gallons. The more you know. But for expensive games, yeah, we all know they get a lot of attention because of their prices, but there are some people who would just genuinely like to own these games, since in a lot of cases, but certainly not all, these are good games we're talking about. And for most of these games, to make matters worse, the prices haven't gone down. In fact, they've gone up. This can make certain games seem darn near unobtainable. And yet, there they are, being dangled right in front of your face, increasing the desirability and desperation until somebody says something as crazy as I would sell my soul for that game. This is why anytime I see an expensive game finally get a more affordable release, I always think, oh, thank goodness, folks can hang on to their souls after all. Or when people realize they're perfectly happy by just finding some of the free ways to play games. Okay, but now I got one last scenario that I think a lot of you will relate with. Being willing to sell your soul, remember, just a figure of speech, for a game that doesn't yet exist. Perhaps it exists as a rumor, perhaps it exists as merely something that many other like-minded fans also wish for, But in any case, it doesn't actually exist. And that's just, well, some days are tougher than others. I would sell my soul for a new Banjo-Kazooie game. Heck, even just for a remake of the original game. It could be done like the Crash Bandicoot games were. Those were really nice. So yeah, I really want more Banjo-Kazooie, and with that said, I thought it would be fun for everyone to share which games they would sell their soul for and why, using any of the scenarios I've mentioned in this video, or perhaps using another scenario. And remember, since this is all figuratively speaking, your answer could be a game that you already own or that isn't even worth that much money. I'm looking forward to seeing what your answers are. So with that, leave a response with your answer or anything else you'd like to say, and I will see ya in the next video.
He's the red bird, yeah, and he's talking about video games. He's the red bird, oh yes, and he hopes that you like what he had to say.
Going to be very useful if we're using the warp whistles to go to the end of the game. At this point, we should probably finish World 2. Our reward for completing it is a Jukum's Cloud. Once you get to World 3, you can use your warp whistle.
Shall we go and buy 200 penny worth of bread? And
Kevin has midterms, Dan's trying to watch the game, and I'm just trying to make...
and give them to eat. He saith unto them, How many loaves have far past? Send them away, that they may go into the country round about, and into the villages, and buy themselves bread, for they have nothing to eat. He answered and said unto them, Give ye them to eat. And they say unto him, Shall we go and buy 200 penny worth of bread, and give them to eat? He saith unto them, How many loaves have ye? Go and see. And when they knew, they say, 5, and 2 fishes. And he commanded them to make all sit down by companies upon the green grass. And they sat down in ranks, by hundreds and by 50s. And when he had taken the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes, he looked up to heaven, and blessed, and brake the loaves, and gave them to his disciples to set before them. And the 2 fishes divided he among them all. And they did all eat, and were filled. And they took up 12 baskets full of the fragments, and of the fishes. And they that did eat of the loaves were about 5,000 men. And straightway he constrained his disciples to get into the ship, and to go to the other side before unto Bethsaida, while he sent away the people. And when he had sent them away, he departed into a mountain to pray. And when even was come, the ship was in the midst of the sea, and he alone on the land. And he saw them toiling and rowing, for the wind was contrary unto them. And about the 4th watch of the night he cometh unto them, walking upon the sea, and would have passed by them. But when they saw him walking upon the sea, they supposed it had been a spirit, and cried out. For they all saw him and were troubled. And immediately he talked with them, and saith unto them, Be of good cheer, it is I, be not afraid. And he went up unto them into the ship, and the wind ceased. And they were sore amazed in themselves beyond measure, and wondered, for they considered not the miracle of the loaves, for their heart was hardened. And when they had passed over, they came into the land of Gennesaret, and drew to the shore. And when they were come out of the ship, straightway they knew him, and ran through that whole region round about, and began to carry about in beds those that were sick, where they heard he was. And whithersoever he entered, into villages or cities or country, they laid the sick in the streets, and besought him that they might touch if it were but the border of his garment. And as many as touched him were made whole. The Gospel according to St. Mark, chapter 7. Then came together unto him the Pharisees and certain of the scribes, which came from Jerusalem, And when they saw some of his disciples eat bread with defiled, that is to say, with unwashen hands, they found fault. For the Pharisees and all the Jews, except they wash their hands oft, eat not, holding the tradition of the elders. And when they come from the market, except they wash, they eat not. And many other things there be, which they have received to hold, as the washing of cups and pots, brazen vessels, and of tables. Then the Pharisees and scribes asked him, Why walk not thy disciples according to the tradition of the elders, but eat bread with unwashen hands? He answered and said unto them, Well hath Esaias prophesied of you hypocrites, as it is written, This people honoreth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. Howbeit in vain do they worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men. For laying aside the commandment of God, ye hold the tradition of men, as the washing of pots and cups, and many other such like things ye do. And he said unto them, Full well ye reject the commandment of God, that ye may keep your own tradition. For Moses said, Honor thy father and thy mother, and whoso curseth father or mother, let him die the death. But ye say, If a man shall say to his father or mother, It is Corban, that is to say a gift, by whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me, he shall be free. And ye suffer him no more to do aught for his father or his mother, making the word of God of none effect for your tradition which ye have delivered, and many such like things do ye. And when he had called all the people unto him, he said unto them, Hearken unto me every one of you, and understand. There is nothing from without a man that entering into him can defile him, but the things which come out of him, those are they that defile the man. If any man have ears to hear, let him hear. And when he was entered into the house from the people, his disciples asked him concerning the parable. And he saith unto them, Are ye so without understanding also? Do ye not perceive that whatsoever thing from without entereth into the man, it cannot defile him, because it entereth not into his heart, but into the belly, and goeth out into the draught, purging all meats. And he said, That which cometh out of the man, that defileth the man. For from within, out of the heart of man, proceed evil thoughts, adulteries, fornications, murders, thefts, covetousness, wickedness, deceit, lasciviousness, an evil eye, blasphemy, pride, foolishness. All these evil things come from within and defile the man. And from thence he arose and went into the borders of Tyre and Sidon, and entered into an house, and would have no man know it, but he could not be hid. For a certain woman, whose young daughter had an unclean spirit, heard of him, and came and fell at his feet. The woman was a Greek, a Syrophoenician by nation, and she besought him that he would cast forth the devil out of her daughter. But Jesus said unto her, Let the children first be filled, for it is not meet to take the children's bread, and to cast it unto the dogs. And she answered and said unto him, Yes, Lord, yet the dogs under the table eat of the children's crumbs. And he said unto her, For this saying, Go thy way, the devil is gone out of thy daughter. And when she was come to her house, she found the devil gone out, and her daughter laid upon the bed. And again, departing from the coasts of Tyre and Sidon, he came unto the Sea of Galilee, through the midst of the coasts of the Decapolis. And they bring unto him one that was deaf, and had an impediment in his speech. And they beseech him to put his hand upon him. And he took him aside from the multitude, and put his fingers into his ears, and he spit, and touched his tongue. And looking up to heaven, he sighed, and saith unto him, Ephphatha, that is, he opened. And straightway his ears were opened, and the string of his tongue was loosed, and he spake plain. And he charged them that they should tell no man. But the more he charged them, so much the more a great deal they published it, and were beyond measure astonished, saying, He hath done all things well. He maketh both the deaf to hear, and the dumb to speak. The Gospel according to St. Mark, chapter 8. In those days the multitude being very great, and having nothing to eat, Jesus called his disciples unto him, and saith unto them, I have compassion on the multitude, because they have now been with me 3 days, and have nothing to eat. And if I send them away fasting to their own houses, they will faint by the way, for divers of them came from far. And his disciples answered him, From whence can a man satisfy these men with bread here in the wilderness? And he asked them, How many loaves have ye? And they said, 7. And he commanded the people to sit down on the ground. And he took the 7 loaves, and gave thanks, and brake, and gave to his disciples to set before them. And they did set them before the people. And they had a few small fishes. And he blessed, and commanded to set them also before them. So they did eat, and were filled. And they took up of the broken meat that was left 7 baskets. And they that had eaten were about 4,000. And he sent them away. And straightway he entered into a ship with his disciples, and came into the parts of Dalmanutha. And the Pharisees came forth, and began to question with him, seeking of him a sign from heaven, tempting him. And he sighed deeply in his spirit, and saith, Why doth this generation seek after a sign? Verily I say unto you, there shall no sign be given unto this generation. And he left them, and entering into the ship again, departed to the other side. Now the disciples had forgotten to take bread, neither had they in the ship with them more than 1 loaf. And he charged them, saying, Take heed, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees, and of the leaven of Herod. And they reasoned among themselves, saying, It is because we have no bread. And when Jesus knew it, he saith unto them, Why reason ye because ye have no bread? Perceive ye not yet, neither understand? Have ye your heart yet hardened? Having eyes, see ye not? And having ears, hear ye not? And do ye not remember, when I brake the 5 loaves among 5,000, how many baskets full of fragments took ye up? They say unto him, 12. And when the 7 among 4,000, how many baskets full of fragments took ye up? And they said, 7. And he said unto them, How is it that ye do not understand? And he cometh to Bethsaida, and they bring a blind man unto him, and besought him to touch him. And he took the blind man by the hand, and led him out of the town. And when he had spit on his eyes, and put his hands upon him, he asked him if he saw aught. And he looked up and said, I see men as trees, walking. After that, he put his hands again upon his eyes, and made him look up. And he was restored, and saw every man clearly. And he sent him away to his house, saying, Neither go into the town, nor tell it to any in the town. And Jesus went out, and his disciples, into the towns of Caesarea Philippi. And by the way, he asked his disciples, saying unto them, Whom do men say that I am? And they answered, John the Baptist, but some say Elias, and others one of the prophets. And he saith unto them, But whom say ye that I am? And Peter answereth and saith unto him, Thou art the Christ. And he charged them that they should tell no man of him. And he began to teach them that the Son of Man must suffer many things, and be rejected of the elders and of the chief priests and scribes, and be killed, and after 3 days rise again. And he spake that saying openly. And Peter took him, and began to rebuke him. But when he had turned about and looked on his disciples, he rebuked Peter, saying, Get thee behind me, Satan, for thou savorest not the things that be of God, but the things that be of men. And when he had called the people unto him with his disciples also, he said unto them, Whosoever will come after me, let him deny himself, and take up his cross, and follow me. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, but whosoever shall lose his life for my sake and the gospel's, the same shall save it. For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? Whosoever therefore shall be ashamed of me and of my words in this adulterous and sinful generation, of him also shall the Son of Man be ashamed, when he cometh in the glory of his Father with the holy angels. The Gospel according to St. Mark, chapter 9. And he said unto them, Verily I say unto you that there be some of them that stand here, which shall not taste of death, till they have seen the kingdom of God come with power. And after 6 days Jesus taketh with him Peter and James and John, and leadeth them up into an high mountain apart by themselves. And he was transfigured before them, and his raiment became shining, exceeding white as snow, so as no fuller on earth can white them. And there appeared unto them Elias with Moses, and they were talking with Jesus. And Peter answered and said to Jesus, Master, it is good for us to be here, and let us make 3 tabernacles, one for thee, and one for Moses, and one for Elias. For he wist not what to say, for they were sore afraid. And there was a cloud that overshadowed them, and a voice came out of the cloud, saying, This is my beloved Son, hear him. And suddenly, when they had looked round about, they saw no man any more, save Jesus only, with themselves. And as they came down from the mountain, he charged them that they should tell no man what things they had seen, till the Son of Man were risen from the dead. And they kept that saying with themselves, questioning one with another, what the rising from the dead should mean. And they asked him, saying, Why say the scribes that Elias must first come? And he answered and told them, Elias verily cometh first, and restoreth all things. And how it is written of the Son of Man, that he must suffer many things, and be set at naught. But I say unto you, that Elias is indeed come, and they have done unto him whatsoever they listed, as it is written of him. And when he came to his disciples, he saw a great multitude about them, and the scribes questioning with them. And straightway all the people, when they beheld him, were greatly amazed, and running to him saluted him. And he asked the scribes, What question ye with them? And one of the multitude answered and said, Master, I have brought unto thee my son, which hath a dumb spirit. And wheresoever he taketh him, he teareth him, and he foameth, and gnasheth with his teeth, and pineth away. And I spake to thy disciples that they should cast him out, and they could not. He answereth him and saith, O faithless generation, how long shall I be with you? How long shall I suffer you? Bring him unto me. And they brought him unto him, and when he saw him, straightway the spirit teared him, and he fell on the ground and wallowed foaming. And he asked his father, How long is it ago since this came unto him? And he said, Of a child. And ofttimes they hath cast him into the fire, and into the waters to destroy him. But if thou canst do anything, have compassion on us and help us. Jesus said unto him, If thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth. And straightway the father of the child cried out, and said with tears, Lord, I believe, help thou mine unbelief. When Jesus saw that the people came running together, he rebuked the foul spirit, saying unto him, Thou dumb and deaf spirit, I charge thee, come out of him, and enter no more into him. And the spirit cried, and rent him sore, and came out of him, and he was as one dead, insomuch that many said, He is dead. But Jesus took him by the hand, and lifted him up, and he arose. And when he was come into the house, his disciples asked him privately, Why could not we cast him out? And he said unto them, This kind can come forth by nothing, but by prayer and fasting. And they departed thence, and passed through Galilee, and he would not that any man should know it. For he taught his disciples, and said unto them, The Son of Man is delivered into the hands of men, and they shall kill him. And after that he is killed, he shall rise the 3rd day. But they understood not that saying, and were afraid to ask him. And he came to Capernaum, and being in the house, he asked them, What was it that ye disputed among yourselves by the way? But they held their peace, for by the way they had disputed among themselves, who should be the greatest. And he sat down, and called the 12, and saith unto them, If any man desire to be first, the same shall be last of all, and servant of all. And he took a child, and set him in the midst of them. And when he had taken him in his arms, he said unto them, Whosoever shall receive one of such children in my name receiveth me. And whosoever shall receive me receiveth not me, but him that sent me. And John answered him, saying, Master, we saw one casting out devils in thy name, and he followeth not us. And we forbade him, because he followeth not us. But Jesus said, Forbid him not, for there is no man which shall do a miracle in my name that can lightly speak evil of me. For he that is not against us is on our part. For whosoever shall give you a cup of water to drink in my name, because ye belong to Christ, verily I say unto you, he shall not lose his reward. And whosoever shall offend one of these little ones that believe in me, it is better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and he were cast into the sea. And if thy hand offend thee, cut it off. It is better for thee to enter into life maimed than having two hands to go into hell, into the fire that never shall be quenched, where their worm dieth not, and the fire is not quenched. And if thy foot offend thee, cut it off. It is better for thee to enter halt into life than having 2 feet to be cast into hell, into the fire that never shall be quenched, where their worm dieth not, and the fire is not quenched. And if thine eye offend thee, pluck it out. It is better for thee to enter into the kingdom of God with 1 eye, than having 2 eyes to be cast into hellfire, where the worm dieth not, and the fire is not quenched. For everyone shall be salted with fire, and every sacrifice shall be salted with salt. Salt is good, but if the salt have lost his saltness, wherewith will ye season it? Have salt in yourselves, and have peace one with another.
The Gospel according to St. Mark, chapter 10. And he arose from thence, and cometh into the coast of Judea by the farther side of Jordan. And the people resort unto him again. And as he was wont, he taught them again. And the Pharisees came to him and asked him, Is it lawful for a man to put away his wife? Tempting him. And he answered and said unto them, What did Moses command you? And they said, Moses suffered to write a bill of divorcement and to put her away. And Jesus answered and said unto them, For the hardness of your heart he wrote you this precept. But from the beginning of the creation God made them male and female. For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh. So then they are no more twain, but one flesh. What therefore God hath joined together, let not man put asunder. And in the house his disciples asked him again of the same matter. And he saith unto them, Whosoever shall put away his wife, and marry another, committeth adultery against her. And if a woman shall put away her husband, and be married to another, she committeth adultery. And they brought young children to him, that he should touch them. And his disciples rebuked those that brought them. But when Jesus saw it, he was much displeased, and said unto them, Suffer the little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for of such is the kingdom of God. Verily I say unto you, whosoever shall not receive the kingdom of God as a little child, he shall not enter therein. And he took them up in his arms, put his hands upon them, and blessed them. And when he was gone forth into the way, there came one running, and kneeled to him, and asked him, Good master, what shall I do that I may inherit eternal life? And Jesus said unto him, Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is God. Thou knowest the commandments: Do not commit adultery, do not kill, do not steal, do not bear false witness, defraud not, honor thy father and mother. And he answered and said unto him, Master, all these have I observed from my youth. Then Jesus, beholding him, loved him, and said unto him, One thing thou lackest. Go thy way, sell whatsoever thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven. And come, take up the cross, and follow me. And he was sad at that saying, and went away grieved, for he had great possessions. And Jesus looked round about, and saith unto his disciples, How hardly shall they that have riches enter into the kingdom of God? And
And the disciples were astonished at his words. But Jesus answereth again and saith unto them, Children, how hard is it for them that trust in riches to enter into the kingdom of God? It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. And they were astonished out of measure, saying among themselves, Who then can be saved? And Jesus, looking upon them, saith, With men it is impossible, but not with God. For with God all things are possible. Then Peter began to say unto him, Lo, we have left all, and have followed thee. And Jesus answered and said, Verily I say unto you, there is no man that hath left house, or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my sake and the gospel's, but he shall receive 100-fold now in this time, houses and brethren and sisters, and mothers and children, and lands with persecutions, and in the world to come, eternal life. But many that are first shall be last, and the last first. And they were in the way going up to Jerusalem, and Jesus went before them, and they were amazed. And as they followed, they were afraid. And he took again the 12, and began to tell them what things should happen unto him, saying, Behold, we go up to Jerusalem, and the Son of Man shall be delivered unto the chief priests, and unto the scribes, and they shall condemn him to death, and shall deliver him to the Gentiles. And they shall mock him, and shall scourge him, and shall spit upon him, and shall kill him. And the third day he shall rise again. And James and John, the sons of Zebedee, come unto him, saying, Master, we would that thou shouldest do for us whatsoever we shall desire. And he said unto them, What would ye that I should do to you? Grant unto us that we may sit, one on thy right hand, and the other on thy left hand, in thy glory. But Jesus said unto them, Ye know not what ye ask. Can ye drink of the cup that I drink of, and be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with? And they said unto him, We can. And Jesus said unto them, Ye shall indeed drink of the cup that I drink of, and of the baptism that I am baptized withal shall ye be baptized. But the sin on my right hand and on my left hand is not mine to give, but it shall be given to them whom it is permitted. And when the 10 heard it, they began to be much displeased with James and John. But Jesus called them to him, and saith unto them, Ye know that they which are accounted to rule over the Gentiles exercise lordship over them, and their great ones exercise authority upon them. But so shall it not be among you. But whosoever will be great among you shall be your minister, and whosoever of you will be the chiefest shall be servant of all. Even the Son of Man came not to be ministered unto, but to minister, and to give his life a ransom for many. And they came to Jericho, and as he went out of Jericho with his disciples and a great number of people, blind Bartimaeus, the son of Timaeus, sat by the highway side and ate. When he heard that it was Jesus of Nazareth, he began to cry out and say, Jesus, thou son of David, have mercy on me. And many charged him and said his peace, but he cried the more a great deal, Thou son of David, have mercy on me. And Jesus stood still and commanded him to be called. And they called the blind man, saying unto him, Be of good comfort, rise, he calleth thee. And he, casting away his garment, rose and came to Jesus. And Jesus answered and said unto him, What wilt thou that I should do unto thee? The blind man said unto him, Lord, that I might receive my sight. And Jesus said unto him, Go thy way, thy faith hath made thee whole. And immediately he received his sight, and followed Jesus in the way. Gospel according to St. Mark, chapter 11. And when they came nigh to Jerusalem, unto Bethphage and Bethany, at the Mount of Olives, he sendeth forth 2 of his disciples, and saith unto them, Go your way into the village over against you, and as soon as ye be entered into it, ye shall find a court, whereon there standeth loose him and bring him. And if any man say unto you, Why do ye this? Say ye that the Lord hath need of him, and straightway he will send him hither. And they went their way, and found the colt tied by the door without, in a place where two ways met. And they loosed him, and certain of them that stood there said unto them, What do ye loosen the colt? And they said unto them, Even as Jesus had commanded, and they let them go. And they brought the colt to Jesus, and cast their garments on him, and he sat upon him. And many spread their garments in the way, and others cut down branches off the trees, and strewed them on the road. And they that went before, and they that followed, cried, saying, Hosanna! Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the kingdom of our father David, that cometh in the name of the Lord. Hosanna in the highest. And Jesus entered into Jerusalem and went into the temple. And when he had looked round about upon all things, and now the eventide was come, he went out to Bethany with the 12. And on the morrow, when they were come from Bethany, he was hungry. And seeing a fig tree afar off having leaves, he came, if happily he might find anything thereon. And when he came to it, he found nothing but leaves, for the time of figs was not yet. And Jesus answered and said unto him, No man eat fruit, hereafter forever. And his disciples heard him. And they come to Jerusalem, and Jesus went into the temple, and began to cast out them that sold money, and overthrew the tables of the money changers, and the seats of them that sold doves, and would not suffer that any man should carry any vessel through the temple. And he taught, saying unto them, Is it not written, My house shall be called of all nations the house of prayer, and ye hath made it a den of thieves? And the scribes and chief priests heard him, and sought where they might destroy him, for they feared him, because all the people was astonished at his doctrine. And when even was come, he went out of the city. And in the morning, as they passed by, they saw the fig tree dried up from the roots. And Peter, calling to remembrance, saith unto him, Master, behold, the fig tree which thou cursedst is withered away. And Jesus answering saith unto them, Have faith in God. For verily I say unto you, that whosoever shall say unto this mountain, Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, and shall not doubt in his heart, but shall believe that those things which he saith shall come to pass, he shall have whatsoever he saith. Therefore I say unto you, what things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. And then ye stand praying, Forgive, if ye have aught against any, and my Father also which is in heaven may forgive you your trespasses. And if ye do not forgive, neither will your Father which is in heaven forgive your trespasses. And they come again to Jerusalem, and as he was walking in the temple, there come to him the chief priests and the scribes and the elders, and say unto him, By what authority doest thou these things? And who gave thee this authority to do these things? And Jesus answered and said unto them, I will also ask of you one question, and answer me, and I will tell you by what authority I do these things. The baptism of John, is it from heaven or of men? Answer me. And they reasoned with themselves, saying, If we shall say from heaven, he will say, Why then did ye not believe him? But if we shall say of men, they feared the people. For all men counted John that he was a prophet indeed. And they answered and said unto Jesus, We cannot tell. And Jesus answering saith unto them, Neither do I tell you by what authority I do these things.